Test, test, test.
Got you. Hello?
Playing poker in Texas in general, the home game atmosphere here, it's really fun. I don't know, I definitely want to make more trips out here. It's just a great place to play poker and kind of feels like home. I think that's something about Texas in general, is when you're around people in Texas, you kind of just feel like you're at home. And Rounders is exactly that kind of place where, kind of the place that I want to play poker in, because people are laughing, showing their cards and just mixing it up, and it's fun. I don't know, I love it here.
All right, welcome to Rounders Live. This is Season 2, Episode 13. We are bringing you the big game before the big game. Tonight is a 5-5 no-limit hold'em. I'm JT. I'm in the booth with Shane, not Bart Hansen. How's it going tonight, Shane?
Hey, not too bad. How about yourself?
I'm doing well.
Good. Yeah, we should mention it's a 5-5 no-limit hold'em with $5 ante, so that makes it a very large game.
And do you know Jeff in seat 1?
I do not. I've never played with Jeff.
We have Jeff in seat 1 and Big Daddy Chaz, of course, you know him well, in seat 2. Christopher W. is in seat 3. And then El Thunderbird Trey is in seat 4. You know Trey quite well.
Oh, yeah.
Poker Traveler, our man. Daniel is in seat 6.
Yep, played with Daniel quite a bit. Good player.
I haven't seen him on any of our streams yet.
He's mostly a home game guy, I think.
Yeah, he bought it. Actually, he bought it for $5,000, so that's pretty good. Chris F. is in seat 7, and Mark Ward is in seat 8. Actually, Chris bought in for $2,200, and Mark bought in for $5,000, so they have some nice stacks for this game. And Rob Smith is in seat 10 or 9, however you want to look at it, and he's in for $1,800. So, with this ante, how's that going to change the dynamics of this game? How big is it actually going to be playing?
So, the way to think about it, right, is a 10-25 game, small blind, big blind. You have $35 of dead money out there. This game, we're going to have, I guess there's 8 players or 9 players?
9. We
have 9 players, yeah. So, we're going to have $55 of dead money out there. So, it should play bigger than a 10-25, slightly smaller than a 25-50, but Texas games, everything's bigger.
Right.
So I expect to see a lot of big pots here. So in these kinds of games, I think that a lot of opening sizes are going to vary kind of based on the player's experience with these games. I know when I played these games in LA, kind of a normal bet size here would, like a open would be like 105 to 120-ish. But I don't know what kind of experience a lot of these guys have, so it'll be interesting to see what size of bets they go with. I have a feeling it's going to be a little bit on the smaller side, but we'll see how that adjusts throughout the night.
Right. So it's maybe a 2.5x usually, or a little less than that?
Yeah, like 2.5x, but they may go smaller. So with the ante, it's kind of interesting how that changes the game. You're kind of incentivized to see a lot more flops because there's so much dead money in there. And the big blind actually has to call a little bit more than in a non-ante game. So the player's late position has a lot of power here because there's just so much dead money you can go out and get.
It seems like it's easy to be caught up in a hand that you didn't want to play or is very marginal compared to what you used to playing.
Yeah, defense frequencies in the big blind are a big thing here, and it'll be interesting to see how these guys adjust to it.
Right. Yeah, I'm excited to get this thing underway with this ante, like you said.
Yeah, this is the first time that I've seen this game here in Texas, at least, so it's cool that Rounders is running it.
Have you played an ante game before with this size?
Yeah, the 5-5 ante game in LA is pretty common.
Oh, is it?
It's a great game, yeah. So it's just not something that I've seen yet here in Texas. So,
well, we got the first hand underway, and Christopher and El Thunderbird are gonna sit it out. And our poker traveler's going to come out raising. I can't tell if it's 100 or 75.
Yeah, it looks like the graphics are a little wrong here, but I'm imagining, I think it was 75 there.
Okay.
So yeah, a little bit on the smaller side it looks like for raise sizes, but depending on how the players here react, that can be just fine.
Right.
Yeah, it looks like some of the sizes here are not quite right on the screen, so we'll just have to look here and see what happens.
Yeah. Looks like SETI leads out for 125 on the flop.
I'm guessing that Big Daddy's Chaz's cards here are not correct either, because
Yeah, the Jack 4 spades.
yeah, Big Daddy Chaz likes to mix it up, but I don't think he's mixing it up with Jack 4 of spades.
Right, and he's check raised the poker traveler. Could be the card reader, could be off a little bit.
Yeah, sometimes those cards go over other people's sensors, so it
Sure.
can mess that up a little bit.
Right. It's a good sized pot building first hand.
Yep, 8 on the turn, pairs the board. So I imagine...
That's $500 bet on the turn with the 8 pairing the board.
yeah, so he's kind of representing over pairs here a
Right.
lot, as well as...
Maybe pocket jacks versus Jack 4.
yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, it could be. You're going to want to have 4 and 6X in your range here. You're blocking some of the straight draws that were there. So
Well,
it looks like SETI takes it down with pocket kings.
yeah, pocket kings.
That makes a lot more sense. They played
Yeah.
it more like over pairs. So
Right. Queen 10 was not the hand that he had, so the card reader was off a little bit.
yeah, it looks like SETI check or just called the river, which
Right.
is pretty standard there, especially against Chaz.
Yeah, he made a big bet.
Looks like a nice 5K pot to start the night.
All right. Everybody wants to start out strong, right?
There's our chip counts. Poker Traveler, 16,500 now. So it looks like he started with about 15 or 14 maybe, because he just won a big pot. But
Yeah, I didn't get his count when he started, but I think he had over 10 for sure.
yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how some of these smaller stacks react, because they're going to be pretty limited on what they can call with, because pre-flop is going to be so large.
They'll be forced to play a little faster maybe with their stack.
Yeah, well, I think a lot of them are just going to want to pick very strong hands and then just try to get as much money as you can in with them. Whereas you're not going to have as much playability when you have, a $1,500 stack as, Poker Traveler's $16,000 stack.
Right. And he looks like he wakes up with another premium hand, ace, king offsuit. And he does raise it up to 75, it looks like.
That is a good hand. Looks like he takes it down.
Yeah, he's going to take it down with a $75 raise.
So just think about this. There's $55 of dead money in there. So the $75 raise is doing a lot there to pick up that much money.
And what do we say that's like the minimum he could bet and get everybody to fold? I mean,
I couldn't tell you, just because, like I said, this game isn't played out here very often. So it's going to be kind of up to the players to adjust their frequencies and, what their strategy is going to entail.
right, everybody's just getting their feet wet right now. So the big blind's going to be Christopher and the big blind's going to be Thunderbird, and Christopher beat a small blind.
Yeah, it looks like probably those cards weren't right either, because I can't imagine Poker Traveler folding King Jack off.
Right. And Jeff wakes up with Ace King, if that's correct. He comes in with 60. How you like 60 into a $55?
I think just because his stack is so short, it can be a fine open size. Like if he had a little bit more money, then I would expect the raise sizes to get a little larger. But
Big Daddy Chaz re-raised him.
yeah, I imagine. I don't know Jeff, but this is going to be a spot where he's definitely going to want to be putting in a 4-bet at a high frequency, especially against an action player.
And he does exactly what you said. He's playing his ace king, so I'd presume that this hand the card reader could be accurate.
So he four bets up to 610. He's only got about 800 behind. So if Big Daddy Chaz calls here, he's committed. So.
Right. Jeff is telling Chaz, if you call, I'm committing my chips to this hand. And he does make the call. Wow.
Go heads up to a flop.
I was wondering if it's all low cards. Oh my goodness.
And Big Daddy Chaz outflops him.
It has happened, right? Wow. Jeff's coming in with 350.
Yeah, that's it's interesting just because he has so little money behind it, and the stack to pot ratio is just massive. He has a third of a stack,
and all
Big
in
Daddy
and
Chaz
a
is
call.
just gonna go all in.
Yeah.
He's got some backdoor spade outs, and he can always hit a king, but the ace is dead.
All right.
And it looks like Big Daddy Chaz is gonna scoop this one.
He shows ace queen, and Jeff just gets it all in with ace king versus ace queen, and Big Daddy Chaz hits a queen and takes down the pot, 2 pair. Gets back a lot of that money he just gave the Poker Traveler.
Yeah, he lost a 5K pot and then won a 3K pot, so it's going to be some action this beautiful evening in San Antonio.
Again, those big cards and the small blind versus the button.
Yeah, and like I said, with this, with the huge amount of money that's in there and the raise sizes and everything, I think that all-in pots are just going to be pretty frequent with these stack sizes. You just don't have a lot of playability there. If you had 10,000 behind, for seat 1 Jeff, then you have a lot more playability on turns and rivers. But on the flop, he's already committed. Just has to go with it.
I believe that Chaz checked that flop, making the ace queen. So would you check back with ace king missing that flop, or do you continuation bet like Jeff does? Because you're committing your whole stack with missing everything.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. Like I said, just with how much he had left in his stack, if you're 4-betting there and then check folding, it's kind of a huge mistake. You might as well just go all in pre-flop if you're going to do that, I think.
All right.
But leading for, a third of what you have left or half of what you have left, you can't fold. So I don't think you have any checks there after you 4-bet.
Right, and the ace comes on the turn anyways. He thinks he's good.
Yeah, money's going
If
in.
it goes check, he thinks he's good.
Yeah, absolutely.
So we got pocket eights for Rob. Ace 10 or Queen 10 of hearts. Wow, we got a flush draw versus set.
Yeah, middle set for Rob. Rob's going to lead out.
These hands are smashing everybody. Jeff is getting some change. He's reloaded for a little over 1,000 maybe.
Yeah,
1,500 maybe.
Yeah, it looks about to be 1,500, and Jeff's going to call. Yeah, he's got a gut shot and
wow,
nails the gut shot.
Wow, these hands. He's gonna lead. Rob's gonna bet a set of eights, hoping he's still good. Lily's no against the nut straight with a flush draw. Excuse me.
Yeah, and this is definitely going to get raised by Jeff, I think, especially with how much he has behind. There's too many draws out there that do have him beat. If Rob has a bigger flush draw, or if he had backdoor clubs, and obviously the sets that he has, but he elects to flat.
And the 3 is a safe card.
Yep, Jeff with the nuts. We'll just have to see what size Rob goes with here.
Yeah, Rob's going to think his set is still good. So 215.
Yeah, pretty small sizing on this board, but he may just be getting or betting small to try to get value from hands like Queen Jack, Ace Jack, like Jack X and 2 pair.
Right. Maybe a jack with a flush draw or something.
Yeah.
He's going to put in a raise.
Yep, Jeff sitting with the nuts here. Definitely wants to
Wow.
put in a raise.
Huge. You put on 500 on top.
I think those were black chips. I think it might just be like 900. 715, okay. Yeah, a little bit smaller.
Oh,
Yeah,
here comes
Rob's,
a call.
Yeah, Rob's
Wow.
never folding, so just unlucky.
Yeah.
2 very strong hands. What a flop for both those players, though.
Right. Those are action flops for sure.
Well, if this is any sign of how the night's going to go, we're going to see some massive pots.
And Jeff gets back 1,000 of the 1,800 or 1,500 he lost the first hand, so
Yeah.
he can't be hating it. Wow. Like those 2 hands, how they played out, like a lot of times, I mean, of course, the cards have to smash 2 players to get pots like this. And like 3 or 4 shows ago where you had a straight draw versus a set of 10s, and you peeled the straight right off on the turn.
Yeah, against Mike Stone.
Yeah, and you got the whole stack. And,
Yeah, it's interesting just depending on, especially when you're going to these, these hands multi-way. It's a little bit different when you're going heads up, just against one guy. But when you're going multi-way, there's your hand strength has to go up a lot. So looks like they're collecting antes here from all the players. So anybody that's not familiar with ante games, everybody has to put in $5 of money that's dead pre-flop. So that money's up for grabs if anyone wants to battle for it.
Right, so we have $45 of dead money plus the blinds, which is $10. So we have $55 out there already.
Yeah, that is a huge game for anybody that's playing 1-2. The comparison is there's $3 of dead money in there
Right.
instead of 55.
Right. And then when you smash the flops like the first 2 hands, it's
Money's going in.
there's $4,000 or $5,000 in the pot very quickly.
Big Daddy Chaz is going to raise his ace-9 suited up to 50.
See, that seems small compared to what we were talking about pre-game. Is you're thinking maybe 125, 150 with the $55 out there.
Yeah, sizes are definitely on the smaller side, and that could be an adjustment to the small stacks we have at the table because you are incentivized to open for a smaller raise size because you don't want to get pushed out of the pot by people that can just jam, after, you have, if you're raising to 125 and a guy only has, $1,200, he's just going to ship it over you with pocket pairs, stuff like that. So they could be adjusting to that.
Well, it looks like El Thunderbird has a 6-5 offsuit against 2 flush draws.
El Thunderbird calls, and Daniel 3-bets to 260 with King Jack suited.
Yeah.
Big Daddy Chaz is going to call with his ace-9 suited, and
Thunderbird's going to fold.
yeah, Trey's going to fold his 6-5 off. Oh,
Wow. Wow. Look at this. Top pair with the king kicker. Flush, king high flush draw versus ace high flush draw. Daniel has a pair with a flush draw.
Yeah, Daniel's got to be feeling pretty good about his hand right now. He's a good player. Played with him before, and I imagine he'll probably go with like a third pot size bet here. Yep, about 225.
Yeah, exactly.
And it'll be interesting to see whether Chaz is going to be raising here or not. Yeah, he looks to call.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, gosh.
Both of them drill the flush. Daniel with the second nut flush and Big Daddy Chaz with the nuts.
Well, he has to bet it. He has the king eye flush. He doesn't want another spade on the river to give what he might think Chaz has.
Yeah, if Chaz had backdoor spades with the ace of spades, he definitely wants to charge that the maximum here. So I imagine we're going to see
A
he
check.
checks. Yeah. Yeah.
Is
if
he
he's checking,
Is he trapping?
yeah, if he's checking
trapping?
here, he's going to check raise Chaz.
And Chaz is going to take his time trying to
Yeah,
feel like he's making a move on the board.
Yeah, the nice thing about Daniel's hand is he blocks some of the ace-x of spades that Chaz can have, especially in early position. Hands like ace-jack of spades, ace-king of spades, ace-queen of spades, those hands just really, having the blockers to those hands is really valuable.
650 maybe? 675? Yeah. Oh my gosh, they both have roughly $4,000 starting a hand with.
Yeah, it looks about 4,000, 4,200 maybe. I think Big Daddy Chaz has a little less behind right now, but 675, he's going to be putting in a nice raise here.
So if he bets 675, he's going to come at least a 1,000 over top, maybe.
Yeah,
or maybe just bet 2,000 straight.
I would, with the size that they're at right now, yeah, probably like 1820, 1850, something like that. But
there it is, right there.
1800, I think.
Yeah, it's really close. 17, 18. God, 18 on the money. Shane doing a quick math in his head says that's a good size bet that I would make. My goodness.
Yeah,
What is
like
Chaz thinking right now? Like, oh my gosh, I hope he has the king eye flush. Or does he have a set? Is he worried about maybe thinking a set with a flush?
I think he's thinking about Vegas and
Ah.
the Mirage, right?
Where am I going to spend it?
Yeah, he's thinking about where am I going to spend this money.
Oh,
Chaz is going to go
all in
and
and snap call.
And Chaz did rebuy. It looks like he has about 10,000.
Yeah, I saw he had a lot of $500 chips in there. Wow.
And Chaz holds. Wow, that's a massive pot.
Man, this Annie is making this game crazy, but everybody's smashing the boards.
Yeah, these have just been huge hands that, I can't.
It plays out the same no matter how it comes.
No player has played badly up to this point. These have just been big hands and bigger hands, basically.
Oh, my goodness. He just passing. Man.
Yeah, so with Chaz, he has definitely an aggressive play style. I've been playing with Chaz ever since I got out to San Antonio, basically. And playing on these streams is interesting because, your opponents get to see what you have. And for some people, I think it definitely can kind of, you get to level yourself, I think, a little bit because you're like, oh, well, my opponent has seen me play certain ways. Maybe that's affecting his decision-making here. So Chaz, I don't think he's changed much in his play. He's confident in his strategy. And, he comes on these streams and just does very well. He's a very aggressive, good player.
Right. Since I've been doing the commentating and watching everybody play, you guys' level is just so much higher than, of course, mine or most players, but it seems like everybody has a plan. Like, everybody's playing a totally different style than the other person.
Yeah, I think you'll find as the stakes get higher in these games, coming to the poker table without a pretty well-defined strategy is not going to suit you very well. You're going to be in a lot of trouble. So I think most of the players at this table have probably worked on their game or, have confidence in their game at the very least. So
how many hours outside of actual play is involved in studying and reviewing hands that you played or played against certain players? Hours?
It depends on the person, but me personally, I end up studying about 1-to-1 ratio of what I play. So And I don't do this full time. I don't play poker full time, but it is a serious hobby of mine. And
Of course.
I think everybody at that table is competitive like me, so we like
Right.
to be good at what we do.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, it's a game, but it's a competition that, regardless if it's money involved or something else, it's wanting to win.
Yeah, absolutely. Jeff with pocket nines is gonna limp, it looks like, and Tot GPJ, excuse me, is gonna raise to 85. So that's the biggest raise size we've seen so far. Trey with Queen Jack in the cutoff is going to call, it looks like, and Poker Traveler folded.
Yeah, he's gonna fold. Excuse me. Looks like Big Daddy Chad stepped away from the table after winning that hand.
Yeah, he might have needed to go
Take a breather.
text his finance guy, let him know that there's going to be some more money incoming.
Yeah.
Buy more crypto, that's right. Queen 6 deuce, both Trey and
Christopher, actually.
yeah, Christopher flop top pair. Trey's got backdoor flush draw as well to go with his top pair. And Chris and Jeff kind of don't really flop too much. I don't imagine we'll see them calling. This is a pretty large bet from Christopher, though.
300.
Yeah, it's a almost pot-sized bet.
Right.
Trey's going to continue.
He's looking for a diamond to have more outs on the river, but everybody else is going to fold.
Yeah, those backdoor flush draws come in handy.
So two pair.
Yep, both players improved to two pair. And
going to chop the pot.
yep, I think, with Queen Jack here, you're going to want to be going for some value still to get, some smaller queens, Queen 10, which I don't know if Trey has, but.
Yeah, he went all in. I was thinking if he bet the pot size bet on the flop, he's going to put a pot size bet on the turn.
Yeah, and this is a tough call for Trey. He's, Queen Jack isn't even like his best queen that he's going to have here. I think he can show up with King Queen sometimes if he's not three-betting it on these stack sizes. So it's gonna be tough to fold. The best pair that's on the board, and especially after the board pair is on the turn, it's tough. But then you're worried about Christopher having overpairs.
Right, that's the only thing you can put him on, right? Is thinking, well, if I hit the queen with, I don't think king, queen, ace, queen. He did raise pre-flop, so, and you just called.
Yeah, it's definitely a tough call for Trey to make. I think that King Queen here is probably a mandatory call. Ace Queen, I don't know if he has that pre-flop because that gets 3-bet a lot. But if he has Ace Queen, then I think you have to call Ace Queen here as well. But after he goes pot size bet on the flop, pot size bet on the turn, all in, it's a very strong line. I wouldn't fault Trey for folding.
And he is going to fold.
But I think he will be a little disappointed after he sees that later on.
I don't know if he's played with Christopher before, so maybe he's not sure.
Yeah, it's difficult when you haven't played with some of these players. I don't think Trey has probably played with him because I haven't played with him.
Right,
And
right.
Trey and I play in some of the same games, so. But nice bet by Christopher to take down a, $1,200 pot.
Right. I'm sure he felt like he had the best hand for sure, and Trey not knowing that he had the exact same hand, just different suits.
Yeah, it puts you in a tough spot.
Well, you guys are watching Rounders Live. This is the 555, which is 5-5 with an ante. And I'm JT, and I'm with Shane, not Bart Hansen, in the booth tonight. And these pots are all been big.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen a pot yet under $1,000, so it is definitely a big action game.
Right. So Shane, if you're not in the hand and you folded, are you watching how people are playing, or you don't care unless you're in the hand?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's important to pay attention to the game that's going on. We tend to have a lot of fun on these streams, though.
Yeah, I see you guys like laughing and having a good time and having drinks and like it's a hard friendship because you guys are all friends. It looks like from this side over here that you guys are friends, but holy cow, the money you guys play for can cause a rift.
Yeah.
I guess if you're willing to play, you're willing to pay, right?
Absolutely, and it looks like Rob and Daniel. I don't think this was exactly accurate because I saw that Chris was in there, but it went raise, re-raise, I think, or maybe the cards were wrong because it said that Chris had a pocket kings, which I don't think he's folding pre-flop.
Yeah, now I see Rob with a hand. So
Yeah, so I think our readers here is a little messed up again, but
yeah, Daniel's in the hand for sure. I see hand.
yep, king 6-8 flop. Looks like it just went
Bet fold.
bet fold.
Yeah. So that was Chris F. Yeah. Oh, pocket kings. Yeah.
Yeah, pocket kings. Okay. That's a good flop for pocket kings.
Yeah, absolutely.
Unfortunately, Daniel didn't make any.
He needed another club. If he catches the 8 of clubs, it could see some fireworks again.
Wow, $550. That's our smallest pot of the night.
Wow. That
Boy,
is.
tiny.
And that's a great win. You just see a lot of money floating around right there. Just this Andy does make it a huge game. Because I was thinking like at 10.25, you realize there's still only $35 out there.
Yeah, it's
Versus-
slightly bigger than a 1025, and I think that I haven't done any solver work pre-flop wise for ante games, but I know the guys that have. There's quite a bit of adjustment that you need to make for these games. But
So you're saying earlier with the dead money out there, position the button or behind the button one is a huge advantage.
yeah, I mean, being in late position is big, and late position is incentivized to steal the pot a lot more, or try to. But it looks like Jeff's raising pocket queens up,
Yeah.
up to 60. It's going to fold around, and it doesn't get any action.
Take it down. Yeah. He does show.
Some big hands, pocket kings and pocket queens back to back.
Yeah, so it's amazing how you see the nut flush and the second nut flush and then set over straight with the flush draw. Man, it seems like these hands are just hitting perfectly to get these pots to where they were. I mean, we saw 2 small pots. $500 is a small pot, and then the raise and everybody folds.
Yeah, and
So-
I think that was the first time too. So that's some big pots and some big hands starting off this stream.
Yeah, so it looks like the only hard part is keeping everybody the ante up because they're not used to doing it.
Yeah, that's part of the reason LA has mostly gone to a big blind ante. So when you put out your big blind, they'll actually pay the ante.
And that
as
works in
well.
the cash game as well?
Yeah, it
Oh,
works
wow.
pretty well. So as the big blind rotates, they'll put out the $45 or whatever it
Right.
is to pay the ante for the table, and it just helps speed up the game a little bit.
Right, that's what I was thinking. So if you're watching, the red chips are $5 chips, the green chips are $25, the black are $100, and the purple and yellow are $500 chips. So there's a lot of chips on the table right now. Daniel wakes up with ace-10 offsuit, raises to 50.
Looks like Mark's going to call him with Jack-10 off, and we're going to get some folds, so we'll go heads up to the flop.
And
So Daniel flops a gut shot to a
Yep.
straight, and
a pair of jacks.
Yeah, Mark flops middle pairs.
And I go check. Wow.
Daniel checks, and Mark checks back.
So 2 pair, Jackson.
Yeah,
Queens.
Mark's probably thinking that his jack here is pretty good after the queen pairs, so he'll bet for value, and depending on what Daniel thinks, he might call. Yeah, it looks like Daniel called.
Yeah.
Ace high is going to be good there a good majority of the time. You'll see, if you've watched some of the previous streams, you'll see some pretty crazy ace high hero calls.
Right. And he check calls, so it's not like he's going to lead out and get raised, so he can only do a call, hopefully having the ace high being good.
Yep, yeah, ace high is going to be good there quite a bit, and then sometimes he's just going to be chopping with lower aces.
And it was $75 to call for, I don't know what it was, 225 maybe?
Yep, just a small bet into a larger pot, so.
Just like a door ding when you get to your car. Oh, that's just a small door ding. Oh.
Christopher's going to fold 3 deuce suited from under the gun. Trey folds Jack 9 suited from +1. He's probably going to fold around to Chris here. Yeah, he's going to raise up King 10 off. Nah, hijack. To $60. Mark's going to make a quick fold with his 4-3 off, and Big Daddy Chaz is also going to fold his Queen 8 off in the big blind, so Chris is going to take this down pre-flop.
All right, Shane. Chuck in the chat asks us, who do we think is the best player at the table?
I play with a lot of these guys pretty regularly, and I think they're all very good in their own different ways, which is a very diplomatic answer,
Sure.
I think.
Well, that's the best way to put it.
Yeah. There's a lot of good poker players here at this table, and some of them have very different styles that work very well for them. So, that's kind of like the difference between, or that's the great thing about live poker is, online poker especially has been kind of a home to people that are working on solving the game, right? Using computer solvers to figure out every spot. But live poker has so many different dynamics. Being able to read a person, read hands, and also have a good strategy. So everything adds up to you need to have a multifaceted game, which I think a lot of these players do.
Right. Okay, Chuck. So the answer is they're all better than I am. Okay. So I can't pick. I can't say they're all good. So thanks for the questions.
Where is Robert Salaburu? I don't think I know him.
Oh, you don't know Rob? Rob is a local guy who actually made the November 9 one year.
Poker tournament?
Yes, in Vegas.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think I'm familiar. At least I haven't played with him in any of the games around here.
Yeah, I don't know if he still lives around here or not, or plays around. I haven't seen him in years.
Daniel, we have security here at Rounders, so they're happy to walk any of the players out to their cars. And we have armed security, so I've never felt uncomfortable walking out with large amounts of cash, and I don't think anybody here at Rounders would say that they don't feel comfortable doing that either. It's a very safe place. There's always 3 to 4 guards at all times here on the premises, and they're always happy to escort you.
And if the guards need any backup, we do have Scotty Karate in the building.
That's right. Got to watch out. Poke Traveler, looks like they went to the flop with pocket fours versus ace queen, and then Daniel took it down with queen high flop.
Sure. No continuation. So don't forget the Rounders Card Club. We have the $25,000 guaranteed accumulator going on. Started tonight. $45 buy-in. The blinds are going to be our 20-minute blinds or 30-minute blinds. The runs through Sunday the 14th. So we have 7 day ones, and then Sunday will be day 2, the 14th of February. First place is guaranteed $8,000.
It's a nice tournament for a $40 buy-in.
Yeah, 40. 20-minute blinds on day 1 and 30-minute blinds on day 2? Yes. Yes, that's correct.
All right, looks like Poker Traveler is going to raise up ace-4 suited. Chris and Elf Thunderbird are going to give him a call here.
Chris flops a flush draw.
Yeah, Chris flops the nut flush draw.
And actually, your best hand with ace-9 high.
Best hand with ace-9 high, that is correct. Said he has backdoor flush draw and an overcard, so he's gonna continue, and Chris is gonna be looking to hit a heart or a pair here, but little does he know his hand is good. So
He's going to lead out.
Poker Traveler is gonna check, and I imagine he's gonna give up. Yeah. Chris takes down a nice pot.
Yep. If a diamond comes on the turn, I know Seti's not going anywhere, but it could have been a 4 of hearts would have been some action.
Yeah, 4 hearts would have definitely been some action. Cumulative winnings. Big Daddy Chaz so far is our big winner with Poker Traveler right behind him, and then we've got some small,
After losing a big pot.
yeah, after losing
So
a big
he's
pot,
he's
he's definitely recuperated a little bit of his losses.
very quickly.
Cool. Yeah, looking at Paul Butler's chat there, do you have any kind of special stuff going on there during Super Bowl? So there's some free rolls going on. We're going to have the game on both big screens here in the card room. So there's with sound, so you'll be able to watch here and play. We also have the full bar here at Rounders, so
Right.
you'll be able to get some food.
The
drink.
Rail Bar and Grill will be open and flowing drinks and food.
Yeah, absolutely.
No doubt.
It is a good spot to check out the Super Bowl. Actually, I'll probably be here. So, all right, we go 5 ways to the flop.
Wow.
Everybody
Everybody
calls.
calls $60.
Yeah. Oh, looks like
And no one- no- and
looks
a
like
pair of
Mark
nines.
flopped the best with the pair of nines there,
Yeah.
but he's not going to bet it with 2 overcards to his 9.
No one has a flush draw.
Yeah, this probably isn't going to change much. So, Mark's probably going to check. And Mark may decide to bet here, but I have a feeling this is going to go check, unless Chris or Big Daddy Chaz try to bluff this.
Chaz shows a
checks through. And
Ace
Mark
9
wins
takes it
with-
down.
Yeah, ace 9. And the day before the Super Bowl, we've got a $25,000 triple stack. It's going to be February 6th at 2 p.m. It's $250 buy-in, $30,000 or 30,000 starting stack with 30-minute levels, and rebuys are going to be $220. Additional.
$100 add-on.
Yeah, and that's a really good. It's a good value for a single-day poker tournament. I think that's a good one for people to jump in and possibly win quite a few $1,000s.
Right. Spend your Sunday just relaxing.
Yeah, absolutely.
That is Saturday, February 6th. So Sunday, before the tournament, we will have the day 1 of the accumulator. And a 5 p.m. free roll right before the Super Bowl. But the day 1 for the accumulator, of course, is $45 buy-in, and you get 10,000 chips, and you can rebuy up to 3 times with your 10,000 chips. Right, and this is our second accumulator. So everybody that's played it before knows that you bag as many times as you can in the day 1s and take 2 your two largest stacks in the bags to day 2, which would be Sunday, February 14th. So you have 7-day ones to bag as many times as you can.
Well, looks like we took a flop here. Scotty with Ace King, Poker Traveler with Ace King, and Mark with just pair of 9s. Poker Traveler may be checking back that turn just to try to get some value on the river. Looks like the turn went check, and
He bet 600.
yeah, I don't know Mark, but he may be tempted to call this with second, third pair, but kings are paired, so it's unlikely that Poker Traveler has a king in his hand. So looks like he is going to call.
He's going into deep thought.
Yeah, he's deep in the tank. It's about a half pot or a 2/3 pot size bet, so pretty sizable bet. But after the turn goes check, you have to think sometimes your pocket 9s here are good.
He's wondering if he checked back to 10 maybe, or the king. He just don't know what to put him on yet.
Yeah, and I
And
mean,
he
there's
does call.
There's a lot of draws that could have missed as well, so I don't blame him for calling without a diamond in his hand. Queen Jack, Ace Queen is a gut shot, so there's a lot of draws that Poker Traveler could have had there.
And miss, right?
Yeah, and missed, so. This time he had the nuts. What time does the Super Bowl start on Sunday?
Usually it starts at 5 p.m., 6 o'clock, something like that.
5:40, it sounds like, yeah.
You got a favorite out there?
Boy, I hate betting against Brady, but
Yeah, absolutely.
But
Kansas City.
boy, the
tough.
Chiefs look good this year.
They look good last year.
They did.
Yeah, and they took it down. But yeah, I heard that someone made a crazy bet that when Tom Brady goes to Tampa Bay, he makes a bet that they go to the Super Bowl, and they go to Super Bowl. That's
Wow.
$200,000.
Wow, that's crazy.
Yeah,
That is big.
that's a big bet. You just look at all the quarterbacks who were drafted. When he was drafted, there's no longer playing.
It's unbelievable.
I mean, if he goes to the Super Bowl next year, he's been in the league 22 years. He's gone to 11 Super Bowls. That'd be amazing.
Yeah, half your career you end up in a Super Bowl. Wow. Looks like Big Daddy Chaz is going to raise it up with 10-9 off in middle position. It's going to get Christopher to fold 6-5 suited, and it's going to fold around. He's going to take it down pretty.
That's image. No one wants to mix it up with him right now. He's running good.
Yeah, Chaz is definitely running good. He looks like he has quite the stack building over there.
Right. Or you look at Dan Marino, went to 1 Super Bowl, right? Never been back. Yeah. One of the greatest quarterbacks, Joe Montana, wins 4 Super Bowls, retires.
Yeah, absolutely.
Terry Bradshaw wins 4 Super Bowls,
Yep.
That guy is phenomenal.
Yeah, my Steelers did not do it this year, so I'm a little sore on the subject.
Well, they did start out, 10-0, 11-0? I don't even know.
Yeah,
Something strong.
11-0 and then lost everything after.
Right? Yep. And I didn't even know how. I looked one time and go, what? They're 9-0? They're 10-0? I didn't know they were that strong.
Spin for you. We usually don't play bomb pots in these games because the card reader has trouble tracking 2 boards. So we generally don't play double board bomb pots. If you play any other game outside in the card house, though, we will definitely be doing some double board bomb pots. Yeah, the software just isn't set up for it yet. And to be honest, a lot of the players just want to get as many hands in playing this as we can.
Right.
The game is a lot of fun to play, and everybody's chatting amongst each other and getting drinks, and you can see seat one's got a beer, and It's just a lot of fun. A lot of good guys here. So we go 3 ways to a flop of King, King, Deuce. Elf Thunderbird has the best of it with Ace High, but it's going to be hard to call with Ace High, no back doors after Chris leads out with his 7-4 off, which could be correct. Could also be a card error.
Yeah, could be a reader error, or he's
Chris
making
is,
a move.
Yeah, Chris is some good action. I enjoy playing with him. He's a fun guy. So that could definitely be accurate. He's going to take it down and wins a nice $400 pot.
Right, and don't forget, if you guys want to come out for Super Bowl Sunday, you can also get on the golf simulators and get your round of golf in before the Super Bowl. And they do have buy 1 hour, get 1 hour free. So for $40, you get 2 hours, so $20 a piece. Come out, you can bring your own clubs, or we have clubs that you can use. There's 96 courses to choose from. That's a lot of golf. So actually, I've hit on it a few times, and what I like to do, I like to play a lot of golf. So I like to come in here when it's bad weather and use it as, swing speeds and see how the ball's coming off and stuff like that. So they can tell you, other than just playing golf, you can see your swing speed, the open face club, if your face is open or closed, your path is in the out, all this good stuff.
Wow, that's nice.
Yeah.
I haven't gotten a chance to use it yet, but I would like to.
All right, so while you're playing at Rounders, you do accumulate a dollar for every hour that you play. And right now you can use that money for food at the restaurant, or you can use it on the tee times at the simulator. So
Awesome. That must...
and the barbershop. I didn't even know that.
Wow.
I'll go in there and get a free cut. Wow.
Yeah, I know where my next haircut will be.
All right.
Looks like Jeff opens, Big Daddy Chaz 3-bets him with the unknown hand, and Jeff folds his 10-5 off, which probably a little bit loose to open there.
Well, you can see right there our chip counts for the day. And, of course, with SETI buying a little bit more than Chaz to start the game, he is on top of the board. But Chaz has made a great comeback from his first hand playing to be down $3,000 or $4,000 to coming back to be very on the top side of that. Right. So, Shane, when you come to a game like this, are you worried about someone having more chips on the table to you? Or do you sit there and go, I need 200 big blinds or 500 big blinds? Or how do you gauge the amount of money that you want to put on the table?
So in these games, it depends. I don't think that in this game specifically I'm looking to cover the whole table. But I definitely want to be on the deeper stack side of things, just because that's the type of game that most of us are, familiar with and accustomed to these days. So buying in for 100 bigs like you would in Vegas just doesn't work for us out here. So we like to be anywhere from 250 to 1,000 big blinds deep. So it's a little bit deceiving in these games. What is a big blind in here? Is it $5 or is it But I think in this game I'd probably end up for something close to $9,000 to $10,000 for a starting stack.
So you'd be like in one of the top three at the table with the largest amount of chips on the table.
Yeah, well, I think it just gives you a little bit more versatility post-flop. As you can see, like these pots are getting relatively large, even by the flop. And if you only have $1,500 behind to start the hand, it's pretty difficult to, have a lot of creative play, which I enjoy.
Yeah, with Mark turning a set of, actually a full house with sixes, and Jeff's calling his bet with the queen-high flush draw. And Rob's hoping to catch a 7 to make it a bigger full house.
Rob makes a light call there with pocket sevens.
There's only one overcard on the board to his hand.
Yeah, and Mark's going to bet here, and I don't think he's going to get called if he bets anything large. If he goes 200, 300, he may get called by Rob. But even then, Rob may not think his pocket sevens are good here.
Yeah, I can't see him like betting where.
Looks like he went around 300, 350, so 375, and looks like Rob called, and he's going to get the bad news.
Oh wow.
Oh, maybe he folded. Looks like he might have folded.
Yeah, when you make that bet, but you're not trying to. When you know you have the full house, you're not trying to bet anybody off the hand, right? You trying to make a.
No, so when you have value hands, like a full house, where you have a hand that you want to get value from, you're trying to pick an optimal sizing where you're going to get called by hands. So
a third of the pot, maybe, or less.
I don't remember how big the pot was on the river there, but it's difficult for your opponents to have very strong hands the way the hand played out.
It was roughly 700. So
yeah, so it looks like he went like 375. So it was a little bit bigger than half pot. So it's difficult for your opponents to have good hands there. A lot of times when your opponents are kind of capped and they can't really have strong hands, you're going to want to go for that smaller sizing with your very strong hands to try to get value from hands that are just going to fold to those bigger sizes.
Right. You might have caught ace jack or something on the river where they're not going to fold.
Yeah, if he had ace jack with clubs,
right?
Yeah, exactly. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and then he might call a half pot or a little less,
right.
But
something 200ish, 225 maybe.
Yeah, he could also be worried though that with that paired board on the flop that somebody just had, the trips.
Right. So Christopher's going to get rid of his 7 deuce. Have you played a game around town? And I know we haven't done it at Rounders, a deuce to 7 game?
They do run mixed games here occasionally. I know
right.
There's a great gentleman, Saeed. I'm sure you know him.
Yep.
He's always trying to hustle me into those mixed games, but I haven't played any mixed games. I stick with No Limit Hold'em and PLO High. So, but I've seen him playing the mixed game, which includes Deuce to 7 triple draw and all those good games. Those were a little bit before my time, I think.
Are they?
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, they have a mixed game that plays on Thursdays, Sundays, and I think Tuesdays.
Yeah, Rounders gets a pretty wide variety of games, anything from 1-2 Hold'em, 1-2-5. The stream games will get 5-10, 10-25, and 5-5 ante game. And then on the PLO side, yeah, you'll get PLO occasionally, and almost every day you get Big O.
Every day.
Every day.
They're usually 2 tables a lot of times. Plus they have the double board pineapple.
Yeah, double board pineapple and bomb pots. Basically anything you want to play.
Yeah, you can come here and find it.
You can find it. That's right.
If you ask to play it, they're going to make it. A lot of players are here just waiting for someone to get a table going. So if it's not going, you can ask for it. It'll probably get going.
Yeah, the staff here is very accommodating to the players, so it's a great place to play. There's our chip counts again. Poker Traveler still up there with his $17,000 stack.
I want to see how Jeff is doing. Jeff is back to better than 1,500. He might be back up to 2,000.
Yeah, it looks like he's close to 2,000, maybe a little more. So
he did well to get that hand back against Rob earlier in the night after losing with ace-king over ace-queen.
Yeah, that was a brutal hand for Rob, flopping middle set there.
Right, against a flush draw and turns a straight. And it's pretty, the dynamics where everybody's been playing hands against everybody. It's not like, sometimes I feel like the cards are just hitting like a couple people and they're mixing it up a lot. So this table, like everybody's catching 2 hands, and unfortunately someone's getting stacked early.
Yeah, it seems like the players have been pretty active today. We've seen some interesting opens and some light calls, but right now the deck has just been hitting them. They're all getting hit in the face with the deck. So looks like Daniel's going to raise up pocket 8s here, and wow, Christopher folds 7-6 suited from the big blind. He may be adjusting just to the fact that he doesn't have much behind in his stack, so he's going to want to start playing the stronger portions of his range. because he's just going to be able to get in more money with those hands post flop. So
Well, I've only seen him in one hand. That was the Queen Jack versus Queen Jack, and he got Thunderbird to fold.
yeah, it'll be
So,
interesting to see what
He's
the
really
V.
selective.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what the V pips are on these players because I have a feeling he'll be one of the lower V pips. Definitely a little more selective with his hands. VPIP, for anybody that doesn't know, is going to be voluntarily put into the pot.
Right.
So it's anytime you voluntarily put money into the pot instead of being forced to in the blinds. So if you call or if you raise, that's going to be contributing to your VPIP. So it's just a measure of how active you are at the
Right,
table.
if you're an action player or not.
Yeah.
Ace-Queen suited for Daniel.
Yeah, Poker Traveler's going to fold, and Daniel's going to come in with the raise.
He's coming in one of the bigger size raises, looks like.
Couldn't see exactly. It said he called, but he definitely came in for a raise. It looked like a
120.
60. Oh, was it? Was there a black chip
I
in
thought
there?
it was a black chip on there.
No, I think it was a smaller one.
Oh,
Yeah, so
okay.
he came in for a $40 raise.
Oh, okay, wow.
Yeah, so
That's why I thought it was one of the bigger raises. I thought he had put a black chip out there.
so it looks like they're keeping their open sizes on the small side, and he's gonna get
Yeah, he's going to get a lot of action.
quite a bit of callers. Yeah, got some relatively strong hands here. Trey with King Jack, Daniel with Ace Queen, and Dragon.
Chaz flops a set of fives.
Yeah, Chaz flops a set of fives. Trey has the King of Clubs, but not much else going with his hand.
Yeah,
so.
Chris just has a pair of eights, so he could think his eights are good.
Yeah, Chaz is
Wow.
going to bet to about pot size
Yeah,
here.
250.
Yeah, he wants to get value from those flush draws. It's going to fold around. We'll see what Chris does.
Wow,
Looks like
Chris
Chris
has
is
come.
going to
Yeah,
come along.
I'm surprised. I guess maybe he's going to put him on a flush draw maybe. Because he did check around. And with Chaz being on the button, he leads out.
That's not a great card for Chaz. There's some straight draws. And then, wow, it looks like Chris may lead out here. That is ambitious.
Yeah, he's just glad he faded any big cards. So he's thinking his pair of eights with the jack is good for sure. So he's going to put out like 375, 400 maybe.
Yeah, I don't think Chaz will
Yeah,
be folding.
375. Yeah, I don't think he's folding the set right now. I couldn't put him on a straight, actually.
Yeah, it's difficult. I think the only, 6-7 obviously is the straight that gets there. But with how much money they have behind Chaz, I won't be folding here, I don't think.
Yeah, I put him on a blocker bet in my head if I'm playing the game. Basically, he's got a blocker bet. Maybe he has a club draw, and he doesn't want me to bet too high, so I'm going to put out a blocker bet to keep the pot to the size I want it to be at. And then if a club comes off, I can jam.
Sure.
And
that's a good
the
card.
club comes off, but it's the wrong club.
Yeah, that's a good card for Chaz. He's definitely going to be betting for some value here, and it'll be interesting to see if Chris
Calls him.
Yeah, calls him. Chris definitely puts people into the spot when he plays some of these hands because he'll make these leads for large sizes that really just put you in a tough spot on boards that maybe you don't have like a great hand on, but a strong hand, but not good on those turns and rivers. So he does a good job at putting people into tough spots.
And he did fold to
Yeah,
Chaz's $1,300 bet on the river.
Yeah, he makes a good fold.
He put him on the flush. I said, okay, we actually had the full house. So if he watches this later, he'll be able to say, okay, he did have me in bad shape.
So nice pot for Chaz there, taking down another $1,000 pot.
I try and keep track in my head when I'm watching and seeing how many times he doesn't take chips back, and it's very, very minimal. He's always drawing back chips.
Yeah,
I think there's only 2 hands so far. Out of all the hands he's played, he didn't get a chip out of that pot. So the 9-3s, you'll never see anybody play those unless they're in a big blind and no one raised or something. But I saw earlier in our streams where I guess someone was a little bit tilted maybe, and they played like a king 8 offsuit.
Wow, Christopher, maybe his card reader's wrong, but he just said he folded pocket sixes. That is tight from the button. That's hard to believe. Wow. But it looks like the other players went raise and a fold from Trey, and then a fold from Seti. So
King high was good. Seti was showing him that if we put our cards together, we'd have a straight draw. So when you guys are out there playing a game similar to this, do you guys ever change it up? Like, do you guys say, hey, do you guys ever do like with a $5 ante, does it get bigger than 5-5 with a $5 ante?
Most of the time for these stream games, we try not to change them too much, at least, unless they're too small to start. Like if it's a 1-2.
We did have one game that was everybody bought in for 500 for 1-2, and then it just got massive.
Yeah. So we try not to change them too much, just to kind of respect the people that came specifically for that game. But stream games especially, we tend to kind of leave them as they are. But when you're out on the rest of the card room, we're definitely mixing up some other types of games in there.
Right.
Playing
when y'all changed that game up, what'd y'all change it to? I don't remember. Was it 5? Did you go 5-10 or 10-25 or? It wasn't that big.
I think they just made it into a 5-5.
5-5.
Yeah, I think they made it into a 5-5.
When y'all do the Omaha boards,
Mm-hmm.
I mean the Omaha game, the hands, are you guys just saying, hey, let's do one hand of that right now, or do you guys, is it set up, or do you guys just say it like in the middle, hey, let's do a?
Oh, for the dry hands, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll one of us will just say, hey man, let's do $100 dry hand, and then everybody puts in $100, and we got a big hand here.
Oh wow, Ace King versus Jack 10.
Ace King. They're gonna run it twice. It looks like that's why they flipped over the cards pre-flop. So.
Wow.
It's gonna be a kind of a flip here between the two. That's
a queen will help Rob with the Ace King. Okay, that's board 1.
That's kind of bad for El Thunderbird here because he lost one of his outs here on the turn, but neither player has clubs, so the second board is pretty safe flush draw wise. Oh, he hits the jack.
Wow.
He needs an ace or a king.
Yeah.
And he doesn't get it. Makes two pair on both boards. Wow. So it looks like Trey's going to take down a nice almost $900 pot here. With Jack 10 off. All in pre-flop. Wow. Can't say there's not action at that table.
Right. I mean, how does he call, right? I didn't see the action. I'm sorry I missed it. But I didn't see what Rob bet to make Thunderbird call us all in. Were you watching Rounders Live at Rounders Card Club? They're doing a 5-5-5 no limit hold'em, $5 ante, $5 big blind, and small blind. And we have 9 players. The average buy-in was about $2,000. A couple players started with $5,000 and $10,000, and everybody else had about $1,500 to $2,000. And it's been a live game. There have been some big hands over big hands tonight.
Yeah, just massive hand after massive hand, and big flops for a lot of players.
Yeah, but smashing 2 players every time.
Yeah, Tim, in response to your YouTube comment, I think the big blind post of the ante is definitely the way to go in the future. Perhaps they'll change that for the next time they run this game, just because of the way it speeds up the game. So we'll definitely take that into consideration for our future streams.
If you're posting the antes for everybody, do you feel like that's your money that's out there now? So do you play a little more aggressive when you're paying the antes?
I don't think necessarily that you should because everybody is posting it. You know,
it's supposed to be, but when it's your money
yeah,
out there,
it feels like you would want to defend your big blind a little more, but it's you know, I think that it's difficult to play out of position. So
it doesn't change the range that you have in your head, basically of hands you want to play, regardless that's your $25 or $45.
yeah, I think that it can be a mental thing, but you still want to be careful with how much you're letting that affect your pre-flop ranges.
Right, because effectively you're putting $50
Oh
in.
my gosh, look at this. So Chris flops top pair with ace-9, and Big Daddy Chaz just gets there on the turn. He's got the best hand possible.
Jack high straight.
I'm sorry, the second best hand possible here with a jack high straight, and Chris may be able to get away from this after a big bet on the turn.
Yeah, I believe so.
And it looks like Chaz is going very big. And Chris
Does let it go.
makes a great laydown. Wow.
He's never folding if that's the jack of clubs, though.
No, he's definitely not folding jack of clubs.
Oh my gosh.
That can be a tough laydown, though. Laydown, you know, the top pair on the flop, and then, you know, a turn kind of changes the whole dynamic of the board. You have to make those big laydowns. So, looks like Big Daddy Chaz is now our big winner, up 4,500. Poker Travelers up 3,000, and a couple of other players up a few hundred, and then a couple people have been on the bad side.
End, yeah.
The bad end of the variance.
Yeah, how often you get nut flush against second nut flush and get it all in, and the second nut flush not be good.
Definitely not.
Top pair with second nut flush.
Yeah, Aaron. If you think that there are the worst poker players in the country here in San Antonio, then you should probably get down here and play with us. We'd be happy to play with you. We're always happy to play here at San Antonio Rounders Card House. So, shout out to Nick from Yuma. I always see you in the chat.
Yeah,
It's good to see you in there.
Nick's always supporting us.
It's good to see those regulars in the chat. Looks like Chris is going to open 8-6 suited from the small blind. That's a great hand, and Mark's going to defend the big blind with King Jack suited.
So what are the odds of this being all clubs, huh?
Oh, boy.
Well,
With the way tonight's gone,
Yeah.
you would have thought they were going to come out all clubs. But Chris is going to continue, and Mark's going to – oh, I'm sorry. Chris checked, and Mark is going to take it down with a bet there.
pair of kings, yeah.
Yeah, pair of kings.
It looks like we have an open seat in 9. Looks like Rob might be done for the night.
I think we're going to get a new player in there, a personal friend of mine, Avi, so that'll be good to see.
Oh, yeah. Also, you know, on all our streams, there's a list of players that want to get on the stream or actually want to get in the game. They just happen to be they're going to be on the stream. But, I mean, as soon as one seat opens, it's getting filled.
Yeah, especially in these stream games, they seem to fill up pretty quickly. A lot of players want to get into these games. It's a lot of fun. You get to play with some fun players, and you also get to be YouTube famous for a couple hours.
So when you win a big night, do you just call in sick the next day saying, hey, I can't come into work, guys. I'm not feeling good?
Yeah, maybe some people here do. I don't.
Or do you pull up with your Corvette or something and say, I just got this?
Yeah, I just I just show up and
Wow. Not to cut you off, but look at Christopher coming out.
well, raises pocket fives under the gun +1. That's
But we thought we saw you fold pocket sixes.
maybe his card reader's messed up.
That
But
must be right.
he's about to get punished here by Mark with pocket jacks.
Who just calls?
Oh, it just calls. Wow. He's from the small blind. So, and Dragon. Who's
I don't know. Oh,
did they change one of our players to Dragon?
all right. Well, Dragon's in the hand. We'll figure out who Dragon is now. Well, I'll tell you who you got. You got JT and not Bart Hansen.
Yeah, you can follow me on Instagram. I'm Shane_poker. I post a lot of big chip stacks from here at Rounders Casino, so Card House. So we, if you want to see some big chips from these games, you can follow me on Instagram, and make sure you follow Rounders Card Club on Instagram as well. And it looks like Dragon is going to be Jeff here. So he's in our seat one.
Yeah. And he's raising it up with a queen deuce.
Queen deuce. Queen deuce suited. And Mark's got pocket jacks. He's probably not going to be folding here. Looks like he's going to call. And Chris called as well.
Oh, wow.
So we're going 3 ways to a flop. We've got 2 pocket pairs and queen deuce.
Yeah, I must be thinking that he didn't have pocket sixes that hand. He's playing fives this hard.
Oh, the Dragon flops the best of it, but Mark has an open-ended straight draw. So we may see some fireworks here. Mark's going to check it over to Dragon.
So 655 out there, so it'll be a 275, 280 bet maybe?
It depends on,
it's
what size he wants to go with here. When you play
bigger.
multi-way, yeah, you can start to increase pot size or increase your bet size here because you have more players, so your hand strength has to go up.
305.
Yeah, so he goes about a little under half pot. And I don't expect Chris to be calling here.
If he's calling, a card reader must be off. I can't put him on pocket fives calling with that board. So the card reader could be off. If he calls 305 with pocket fives, which we know he's not.
Yeah, that would be.
So unfortunately, I think the card reader could be off on this hand.
Yeah, that would be ambitious. And it looks like he folds.
Okay, maybe it is fives.
Maybe he's just Hollywooding a little bit for the other player's benefit. And Mark's going to go ahead and continue with his open-ended straight and second pair. Turn doesn't bring any change. No flush draws get there. And
It's a safe card for Dragon.
yeah, Dragon has about a pot size bet behind, so we'll have to see if he decides to go with his hand here.
Mm-hmm. He probably just under pot size. So you say, I don't see any black chips.
No, yeah, it looks like he had just a little over 1,300 in his stack, but he ends up going with a very small bet size here on the turn. There's no way Mark is folding for that size, I don't think. Blocking 2 jacks in your hand is pretty valuable here, and you could just also have the best hand.
Is he downsizing his bet, thinking that maybe his kicker's no good, and wanting to see where he's at?
I don't think that is necessarily something, because if you're gonna bet small like that because you don't think your kicker is good, you're probably just better off checking.
Right, absolutely. That's what I was wondering. If he doesn't think his queen is good, why is he not betting another half-size pot or better?
Yeah, if he's betting for value, and it looks like his queen deuce does hold up, so if Mark doesn't bluff this river, then Dragon's going to win this. And I have a feeling this is going to go check.
Check. Right.
Yeah.
Does the deuce is just killing him right now. So, oh, man, maybe he has a better queen.
But if Dragon does bet here, it may be difficult for Mark to fold.
He's going to do a small bet, too, it looks like. He's only got 300 cut in those greens.
Yeah, he goes big on the river. He's going to go 800 on the river, which is interesting because after he goes so small on the turn, I don't know what better or what worse hands you're going to get value from here, unless, maybe pocket jacks is maybe the only thing that you're going to get value from, just because you block some of his straights. But that's a bad thing in itself. You don't want to block his bluffs. So it'll be interesting to see if Mark here makes a disciplined fold.
And 750. So he bets 305, 225, and now 750.
Yeah, I don't know what Mark is thinking, but if I was in this hand, I would be a little bit confused.
But if he bets, let's say instead of the 225 on the turn, if he bets the 575 to 750 on the turn, you get away from the hand.
You can maybe find some folds, yeah, just blocking. You do block Queen Jack and like Ace Jack, King Jack. So you're blocking some of the hands that he's going to want to bluff with. You also have the Jack of Hearts, which is not great either because now you block some of his missed heart draws.
Right.
So the power of his blockers here, they would end up leading me to want to fold this river at some frequency after.
With the 2 jacks, you're blocking his straights too.
Yeah, well, I don't think if I'm Mark here, right? You don't think that he's probably betting $200 on the turn with a straight,
right? King Jack or Jack 8 or anything like that.
Yeah. It's just it's very unlikely that he can ever have a straight here with you having pocket jacks in your hand. So he may be thinking that this is just a missed flush draw, or like an 8-7 type of hand, something like that. It's definitely a tough spot after he goes small, and then big river bet. And you have the second best pair, so.
He hasn't folded yet, but I'm thinking if he wanted to get paid off, he could have bet 375, 400 versus 750s. Mark's going to take a minute and think about it.
Yeah, he's like, this hand doesn't make sense. And
right.
He's kind of right. The way Dragon played it, it's hard to make sense of the hand.
He could have Jack 10, Jack 9.
Looks like he's
he
going
did
to
call.
Yeah.
He just threw him for a loop.
He's going to get the bad news.
He's going to say, Queen, deuce. My goodness.
Oh, it looks like he had pocket queens.
He had a set of queens.
He had a set of queens.
Wow. So he had the best hand the whole time.
Yeah, okay.
So the readers are off a little bit. Sorry about that, everybody. We were putting him on Queen Deuce, which is still the best hand, but he had a way stronger hand. I'm surprised he bet so little on the turn.
Yeah, I guess he was just trying to continue to get value from weaker holdings, but it's hard to bet small on the turn and then bet big on the river. And obviously he had a very strong hand. So in this case, he can do that because he can get called by strong hands. They're the 2-pair hands.
Wow.
That changes
Queens
a
versus
lot.
Jacks, and it definitely, I don't understand the 225 or 205, whatever it was on the turn bet, but he felt very safe with the river bet and got paid off.
Yeah, it ended up working out for him because after the small turn bet, his river bet just didn't make a lot of sense.
Have you ever done that? And can you think of a bet where you put out half pot bet, quarter pot bet, 3/4 pot bet?
I don't think I've ever played maybe that specific line. I think a more common line would be something like third pot and then 75% to an over bet on the turn, and then you can size according to that. But with top set there, you block a lot of very strong hands. So I don't blame him for going small on the flop and the turn. I don't know if I would have gone smaller on the turn, but everybody's got their strategy, and it turned out well for him in this case because he got a light call from pocket jacks.
He sure did. It threw everybody for a loop. But we do have a new player in seat 9.
Yeah, it looks like Avi is coming into seat 9.
I think Avi's been on the stream before. Maybe not.
I don't know if he's played any in the new location. I think in the old location he played one.
Okay.
Yeah. But yeah, Avi's a friend of mine. He's a local grinder. He's a good player. So he'll be mixing it up for sure.
Do y'all get together outside of poker?
We always talk about going and shooting our firearms together, but since COVID, I've been here since COVID hit, so we kind of haven't done much because of that. It's hard to hang out with people outside of poker right now with COVID.
Right.
Here with all the wonderful safety precautions that they take, masks mandatory at all times.
Sanitation.
The sanitation, the the sanitation and the crew that keep the card room here clean are just fantastic. They do a really good job.
Right. That's it. Also, while you're playing at Rounders Card Club, everybody's tipping the dealers. Don't forget to take care of your porters. They clean the seats and make sure everybody has a safe area to play out of. The wait staff does a great job. The kitchen should be getting tips. Those guys cook and prepare phenomenal food every single day. And the girls and a few of the guys at the front desk, they work their butt off for everybody. So, they do appreciate all the tips that they do get.
Yeah, I can't speak highly enough about the staff here at Rounders. The dealers, the crew that helps sanitize everything and keep it all clean, and the floor people, and the waiters, and the kitchen for that matter.
Absolutely.
They are just all fantastic. Sounds like also there's a new menu item, deep fried bacon.
Have you tried it?
I have not tried it, but that might be something that I have to get tonight before
I'm not going to lie to you. I've eaten a lot of bacon in my time, and I've never heard or tried it, but I'm definitely going to try deep fried bacon.
Oh, boy, here we go. Another big hand. Chris
My
flops
goodness.
bottom 2 pair. Chris has an open-ended straight draw, and
Middle pair with top kicker and a backdoor flush draw
yeah, middle
for
pair,
Dragon,
top pair.
who's running good after losing his first total buy-in. He's very strong again.
Yeah, and it looks like Dragon went ahead and bet $100, and then Chris made it $250 and
With 2 pair.
Yeah, Christopher, and then Chris is gonna call with his open-ended straight draw.
Man.
So, and Dragon makes a disciplined fold here with his middle pair.
He just went with a set of queens, so he's like, oh, my goodness.
And he would
2
turn
pair,
He would turn 2 pair for the best hand, but he might be kicking himself under the table for folding there. Chris goes ahead and checks. And Christopher goes ahead and checks, and Chris is now going to bet out, try to get some pairs to fold. I don't know if that'll work with Christopher with 2 pair here.
Right, with him raising, I can't see why you can't put him on King Jack, because those cards are very playable in this game, and you smash the board, then you turn Broadway, and you're gonna call a bet with your 2 pair.
Yeah, and it looks like Christopher is going to continue here. The ace does bring in some Broadway as well as some bigger 2 pair like ace queen, and obviously the ace 10 that got folded, but he's going to go ahead and continue, and the turn is just got to be the worst turn for him. He's not loving life now, so this is going to go check, bet, fold, I imagine. But he only has about 2/3 pot size.
He does check it back.
Wow, Chris checks back after he gets there with a straight, but I mean a king.
Right. He's going to show the 9.
7, 8, yeah.
Yeah.
So Chris F gets there on the river and takes down a nice $1,600 pot. Seems like Chris has been doing well tonight. He's made some good folds and some cool plays.
He bet 400 on the turn with air.
Yeah, with air.
Yeah. Chris calls him with 2 pair, and wow, the Jack gets there, and he can't even bet with a straight because any king beats him.
Yeah, after that ace came on the turn, made it pretty hard to get value if you got that upper end of the flush come in, or upper end of the straight, I mean. So, but takes down a nice pot, and Christopher is probably wondering what he did wrong.
Yeah, absolutely.
Not much.
Not enough when they're giving it. Just pretend like I can't get it.
I wonder if he could have pulled the old raise button if he checks and Chris actually bets 300-400 on the river. I don't know if he had enough behind to make him fold, representing the king eye straight and not having it.
Yeah, I don't.
You guys ever take that line?
Yeah, absolutely. I think river raises are something important to mix into your game, but with how shallow they were, I don't think that's gonna
You're
work.
not gonna move anybody off the hand.
Yeah, nobody's gonna fold. And Chris,
$60.
yeah, it looks like Poker Traveler raises up to $60, and Chris and Mark and Christopher are gonna defend, and Poker Traveler flops.
Gutter ball? Yeah.
gutter.
So sevens are still good right now with Mark having sevens. Not a very good board for sevens.
Nope, but as you can see, Poker Traveler with
Mark
And-
leads out.
two overs to the sevens
Oh,
and
no. Okay, he just calls.
got
Wow.
shot. Yeah.
Man, Mark's a non-believer. Oh, and the ace gets there.
Yep. Yeah, anytime Poker Traveler's in the hand, I just assume that the turn and the river is just going to smash his hand. So,
And he checks the ace, open the trap. But be very hard for Mark to continue with the sevens.
yeah,
And he doesn't,
that's
yeah.
not a good board for pocket sevens.
And as you guys can see, there's a lot of $1 bills on the table. Those are all for tipping the dealer. There's no cash up plays. Only plays there's green chips, red chips, and black chips, and the purple chips.
Yeah, the great thing about Rounders is once the money's on the table, it doesn't leave the table. So the game can get very large
Right.
just because there's no money getting taken off the table like there are in casinos in
Correct.
LA or in Vegas where they're raking the pots. There's none of that here. So everything that goes onto the table is up for grabs. So it
What's
makes-
good about the live streams is, when you get on the list, you prepay for your time, and you're locked in. If you don't pay for your time or you're not one of the top 9 players, you're not going to get on the game for hours.
Yeah, absolutely. It definitely pays to be an early bird in these games because a lot of people want to play them.
And they run quite long.
Looks like Chris F. opened up Jack 10 suited from under the gun +1, and Mark's going to call with 9-7 of hearts.
Yeah.
Avi's going to make maybe a light call with King 8 of spades. There's a running joke that a couple of us have with Avi that he only plays aces, and as you can see, that is not true. But they're all going to get punished here because Christopher has pocket queens, and I imagine this is going to get raised up.
Well, now you get to see it firsthand that Avi doesn't play just aces. He
Yeah.
might show you a lot of aces, but he's going to mix it up, right?
Yeah, that could be it. And Christopher's going to raise it up to, looks like 300. I imagine he's going to get a lot of folds here. He doesn't have much behind in his stack, so anybody that calls here is going to be committing.
Oh, wow.
But our favorite action player, Chris F., is going to continue.
He loves the Jack 10 suited.
That's a good hand.
He can flop well, but
So this may incentivize some of the other players to continue. Yeah. So
there's 2 more calls.
yeah. So Chris, Mark, and Avi and Christopher go to the flop, and
The dreaded ace.
wow, Mark. So Mark has open-ended straight draw here, and
Chris might think
Christopher's not loving this flop with the ace high flop.
he goes
so
checks around.
They're going to see a free card here. And now Mark has open-ended with a pair. And
Looks like Christopher still has a flush draw. The only flush draw if a club comes on the river.
yeah, and
He's
Chris
not
has
going anywhere.
a gut shot to a 9 here as well to make it straight. But Christopher's in pretty good shape in this pot. So
If the board pairs it, well, no. Oh, no.
and Mark gets there with his open-ended straight draw.
Mhm.
So.
That's why he loves those connected suited cards.
And that's a little bit of a disguised straight, too. So he may be able to get value. And Christopher may be able to fold his queens here. There's just too much of a chance that somebody has an ace. And,
It's basically his whole stack right now.
Yeah, he may be able to fold and then rebuy or just try to get that in at a later time when he feels like he has the best hand. But ace-high flops are never good when you have pocket queens.
You have 400 left, and someone bets 375 into a $2,000 pot.
Yeah, it's a massive pot, but, I mean, you can't. It just doesn't feel like you're good there very often.
Yeah, 2 pair got you. The flush got there.
Yeah, there's one-liner to a straight out there with the 9X. There's 2 pairs. There's sets. There's a flush draw. So it's very difficult to feel like you're doing well here with pocket queens. There you can see our wonderful dealer David in the box tonight wearing his NFL jersey.
Fresh cut.
Yeah, fresh cut probably. Do you know if he got it here?
I got mine last Thursday. I'm not sure if he got his here, but I went into the barber shop last Thursday and got a cut.
Yeah, I've been meaning to check this one out. It makes sense for me because I can just come in, get my cut, and play, right?
Right.
Just tell the girlfriends or the wives at home you're going to get a haircut.
Right. It doesn't matter where. Uh-oh. What happened?
So it looks like Mark bet 375 and it folded around. Okay.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so it looks like he maybe he thought he folded, but he did not fold. So they put the board back out.
Yeah.
So they're still waiting.
The board is finished, but the player has not folded.
And he does fold.
Yeah. Queen's folded, and then we're waiting on Jack 10 to fold.
Yeah. So Chris F makes a good fold there at the end, and Mark takes down a nice pot with the rivered straight.
Right. And he had just lost a nice sized pot earlier, so with that 750 call on the river, so he gets back a lot of his chips.
Yeah, and that's something you definitely have to realize in these games that these are going to be swingy games. You're going to have a lot of variance in these games, and with the stack sizes the way they are, and the aggressiveness of all the players here, you got to be prepared to put in a lot of money. So
Well, everybody knows that they're a good player, and they know they're going to win some hands and lose some hands. And unfortunately, you're going to run into monster over monster, and then you're going to make a hand. So you just have the wherewithal to sit there and grind it out.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, as we were talking earlier about the barbershop, you can come on down to the Bad Beat Barbershop, get $5 off your first visit. They're open Monday through Saturday. And they do men's cuts, women's cuts, and children cut.
As well as you can get your mustache and beard trimmed.
Yeah, brand new, beautiful barbershop right there. Yep, you can book your appointment online.
You can also call there. If you check our website, you can find the number to the Bad Beat Barbershop. And they do walk-ins as well.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I think this week will be the week that I finally get my haircut here. Try it out so I can give it a glowing review.
Well, they cut your hair. They give you a hot towel massage, basically a hot towel on your face. They can trim up your beard.
Yeah, that's great service.
They wash your hair. I mean, they take care of you.
Yeah. Do you know Ray?
Ray the Marine?
Pastor Ray. Praying Ray.
Okay, no, I don't.
He got a haircut here. I played with him briefly yesterday, so shout out to you, Praying Ray. He got a haircut here. Man, he looked good.
Okay, great.
Every person that walked past said, "Ray, did you get a haircut? Man, it looks good." So there's some glowing reviews from him.
Let me give a shout out to my daughter Tia. She just got accepted into Purdue for graduate school, a full paid ride to go to Purdue, along with a little $25,000 living expense.
Oh my goodness! Congratulations.
So, congratulations to her.
What's she studying?
Man, come on! Don't ask me the hard questions. Come on! I just give her money.
Yeah, there you go.
My job is to make sure she has money in her pocket to go to school.
Sounds like she's doing okay on that front now, huh?
Man, it's
That's awesome.
actually something like organic chemistry or something like that.
Awesome.
Yeah. I missed that. Okay. That's all good.
Looks like we're going to be having a dealer change.
The production booth is in our ear for a second here, guys. But yeah, don't forget right now at the Rounders Card Club, we do have the $25,000 guaranteed first place, $8,000 accumulator going. So we do have 7-day ones, and you can come out and you bag multiple times. You take your 2 largest bags into the day 2, which will be Sunday, February 14th, and that will be a noon start. And we do have 7-day ones coming on, so you buy in for $45. You can buy up to 3 times with $10,000 or less at the table. The blinds are, let me find this. Sorry, guys. 15-minute blinds for the first 2 hours, 20-minute blinds for the remainder of day ones. And day 2 are 30-minute blinds. So day 2, everybody that bags chips for the top 12% on each day 1 bags chips. And you take your 2 largest bags into Sunday, February 14th. And that is $8,000 guarantee. And last 3 weeks ago, when it was, David took it down over, I can't remember, but it was such a great tournament. We did the...
That was streamed, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
And it was so good.
Looks like Avi's raising up ace-7 suited up to 30, and Big Daddy Chaz is going to put in the big 3-bet up to 180. It's going to fold around, and Avi's going to let his ace-7 suited go.
Right. Yeah, we did the Winter Blast final table.
Yeah,
where David took down
that.
$20,000,
Yeah.
and I'm sorry, I just can't remember the guy came in second. He took down $12,000, but he was our chip leader most of the night, and David was the short stack most of the night. It was incredible how good they both played.
Yeah, it's nice that they're able to stream some of these tournament final tables, especially the big tournaments.
Yeah,
that are
they're
running
exciting to watch, and you get to see a lot of the tournament players. Do you play our tournaments at all? You
I'll
strictly
play
cash?
the bigger ones.
The big ones.
So 100K plus.
Right.
Yeah. But every once in a while, if I'm just trying to mix it up with some friends, I'll jump into some of the 25Ks, stuff like that.
Gotcha.
So, spin for you. Chaz is not a dealer here, but you've probably seen him at many of the various card houses around Texas because he plays everywhere.
Yes.
So, and then also we are running these live streams every Thursday night. I think every Thursday night in February.
Every Thursday,
right?
yep.
Yeah.
And next Thursday is our employee appreciation live stream. Maybe if you have time, you can come back and help us with that one. All the dealers, anybody is playing, I don't know who's playing, but it's going to be exciting to watch the dealers go at it.
Yeah.
I believe it's a...
and we got a big pot brewing here.
So, oh,
wow. Big Daddy Chaz raised Health Thunderbird
3-bet
with pocket queens, and Big Daddy Chaz is going to continue with his ace jack.
Oh
boy.
my goodness. Flops a top set.
Top
against
set
a
for Health
straight draw?
Thunderbird versus, a gut
Gutter
shot straight
yeah.
draw. So we're going to see some action here with Trey and Big Daddy Chaz going heads up.
And they've played each other hard
They're
before.
very familiar with each other.
Yeah, absolutely.
Trey's going to bet half pot here, and I imagine we're going to see a call from Big Daddy Chaz. He does call. And Trey's looking to fade a king on the turn.
Oh my gosh. And there's a king of diamonds, which doesn't help anybody, but you could think a flush draw could get there.
Yeah, this is not Trey's favorite card for sure, but I mean with top set on the flop, you just don't care. You have the best hand so often here that you can't really be scared of all the monsters in the closet.
With the diamonds out there, is Big Daddy? Yeah, he's going to come out with a bet, right?
Yeah, this is
700-800.
This is a good lead from Chaz, and it's good to mix up some leads into your game. So he is going to bet
550.
No, like a little bit more.
Okay, 750 maybe. 3/4 of a pot.
Yeah, it looks like about a 3/4 pot, and this is this is a good time for Trey to maybe just find a call here. He still has,
Gosh. The board to pair.
yeah, I mean, he still has a lot of outs, and he can also just have the best hand if Chaz is bluffing with maybe the ace of diamonds in his hand. He can find some bluffs here with that. So,
He could have ace king, ace queen, ace 10 with the ace of diamonds.
yeah, I don't think probably ace king is going to be in Chaz's range too often after it went 3-bet and he just
Right. He
flatted.
just okay. I got you.
But Trey is probably going to
He's just gonna call.
go
Oh, he went all
in.
in.
Yeah, he
Oh
went
my
all in,
gosh.
so that's brutal.
Ugh.
Trey's looking for the board to pair on the river.
Yeah, he knew as soon as he gets a snap call, he probably put him on at least a flush minimum, and then he's gonna see the straight. I don't know if they run it twice here.
Oh man,
No.
no, just one time, and
Wow.
Trey's gonna lose a pretty massive pot. Not 16K.
Yeah,
but
no.
it was around 7K, I think, or 6K. Yeah. So $6,000
Wow.
pot getting swept over to Big Daddy Chaz after he drills the 4-outer on the turn.
Man,
Wow.
that's hard to see sometimes. I'm sitting there going, "Oh my gosh, how does it get there?"
Yeah, it's kind of the opposite of what happened to me in the 1025 stream.
Yeah.
A couple weeks ago. I had the nut straight. I flopped the nut straight, and then the turn brought in the boat.
Oh,
That was a fun way to lose a $10,000 pot. Shout out to Poker Traveler for relieving me of that. And big pot for Big Daddy Chaz, and he's definitely our big winner for the night.
good gracious!
And that,
I mean, he initially bought in for $5,000.
yeah, I think he rebought. He added on 10, maybe.
Yeah, he did make a big buy. Yeah.
Yeah, but he's definitely up. I want to say close to 7,000 or 8,000 on the night.
He definitely
So-
makes hands. It's crazy. I sit there and watch.
Play
it and go,
hands
wow.
aggressively, and it's hard to get a read on him. So that's what's so beneficial about playing hands aggressively, because your opponents just don't know where you are in your range. So he gets paid off there with his straight, and Trey calls for chips.
See, I don't understand. I don't understand. My level of the game is like, if the board comes a diamond and I have a set, I might call a bet, but I won't push over the top, because I know the straight got there and the flush got there. Most likely, I'm saying he's got the flush more than he has the straight. So I just call there, and if the board doesn't pair, unfortunately, I lose all that money I put in, but I do fold. But I do put him on the wrong hand, but I put me on the worst hand, which I was right. So I
Yeah.
can't see moving all in when that flush card got there and a straight card got there.
Yeah, that's a tough board for Trey. I think there's merit to flatting in that position and then taking a river, but it's possible that, Chaz and Trey have played a lot together, and Chaz can find bluffs where he
Sure.
should there. So it's possible that Trey just didn't want to allow him a good price to call with his hands that had equity, but he still
Right.
was beating. So
Right, you could call it just a
yeah, if he had the
Yeah,
ace of diamonds,
correct,
or,
right.
or even a jack, in his hand, jack of diamonds, that kind of stuff. So
right.
it looks like El Thunderbird is in a pot here, but I don't know if the card readers are correct, but he's gonna put out a bet of $400. Looks like he said he had 10-8. But it's good. It's good to see Trey mixing it right back up right after he loses a big pot like that.
Right. Well, how's your composure when you're sitting there? You just like, you just lost your stack, and you reload. Are you sitting there going, okay, it's fine. I know how I play, or are you sitting there going, do you ever sit there and say, maybe I should leave? I'm not, if I'm making big hands like this and getting caught. I mean, what's your composure after that hand right there?
Well, I think a lot of it depends on the person. I try to not let myself get too worked up ever at the poker table. Most of these guys, I think, just having played with them and knowing them pretty well, they can all handle a beat. You play this game long enough, and you're comfortable playing these stakes. You got to make sure that you're able to lose money just as much as you're going to win the money. Yeah.
Right.
So it's just one of those things where you take a deep breath and say good hand and move on to the next one.
Right, because I've watched you play, and I've seen you run super good most of the nights. I've seen you run bad one night. And
Yeah, that was a fun night. I did at one point, somebody made a pretty big bluff against me.
right.
That I was just astounded would ever be turned into a bluff there, and I took a little walk, just to enjoy a little walk and come back and play it on. So but that's the biggest thing, is just recognizing where your mental state is and making sure that you're still playing it at your optimum level.
Right.
So, and it looks like Big Daddy Chaz is playing at 100% tonight.
It's his game. He says, "It's my game. I'm running this thing."
It's gonna fold to Chris F after he raises with Jack 7 suited, which is Trey's favorite hand. And he's going to take it down pre-flop with Jack 7 suited.
And then Trey's going to come back with about maybe 3,000, 2,500.
I think Trey came back in with 5, and then he lost about $1,000 in a pot to who was that? Mark, I think. So the next hand they played a like $1,700 pot, $1,500 pot, and he ended up losing some. So it was trip aces versus second pair.
Yes, yeah. The ace-9, right?
Yeah, and that's hard after the ace pairs on the turn. You got to think your 10's good there quite a bit. So yeah, it looks like he has a little over 4,000 in his stack at the moment. So yeah, it looks like his chip count 4.3 is right.
You're right.
Yeah, Juan Herrera. It's a big pot, but standard tip sizes. It just depends on the person, but a lot of people will tip $2 regardless of the size of the pot, or $1 to $5 regardless of the size of the pot. So, I have also been known to get out of line and tip $150 into very small pots. So, it just depends on the person and what they feel comfortable tipping.
Right, and the dealers appreciate anything.
Absolutely, yeah. And yeah, Chaz did reach, I believe, into his pocket and pulled out a $20 bill and gave it to the dealer as well. That was a big hand. So,
Queen Jack versus pocket eights.
Yep. Trey raised up Queen Jack from under the gun +1, and Dragon defended pocket eights from the small blind. Trey flopped middle pair and c-bet, and then the turn went check, and he's still got the best hand here on the river with Queen Jack. It may be difficult for him to find a river bet with the ace out there, so it's probably going to go check.
He's going to show Queen good.
Yep, Trey's going to show the Queen, and he's good. So wins a nice little $400 pot. Sometimes that's all it takes, is just one, couple little ones, and then you're feeling right back into it.
Right. Got a little more chips to put into play.
Absolutely.
Yeah, saying Big Daddy's up 7.3 tonight. Poker Traveler's second with 3.3.
Yeah, it feels like we haven't seen Poker Traveler too much since the beginning of the...
He's not mixing up too much. He sees how Big Daddy Chaz and Thunderbird's hands are. They got real hands. You got to stay out of the way sometimes. I know he lost a big pot on the last stream, Poker Traveler, and he came right back with the next hand, which was King 8 offsuit against Jacks, and he flops a king, and Jacks check, he bets, he gets called. Turns a low card, Jacks check, he bets, he gets called, and then he makes a big bet on the river and gets called. I was like, wow. I was like, he just can't put you on hitting that one over card when the board's 7-8. King 4-3.
Yeah, it can be difficult to place a lot of these players on, consistent hand ranges because they are playing, a wide variety of hands. So that's the good thing about playing aggressive and wide, is you get paid whenever you do have a good hand, or you do flop a good piece of the board. So
Now, do you like the new routine that we have about drawing seats instead of everybody picking a seat?
Yeah, that was something that I actually fought for when we started the
Okay.
streaming here. Especially in these big games, position is really important, and it's important that everybody is assigned a seat fairly and randomly. That
Right.
way, there's no lobbying for position
Yeah,
on
no,
stronger
we agree.
players.
I love it. I love it.
Plus, it mixes it up, so you don't always have the same players in the same seat. So it's definitely nice to.
Right, because I just see the guys come and go. I'm sitting in 7. You're sitting in 5. And I want to sit over here. And
Yeah, nobody wants to jockey for position on
Right.
a strong player, and it's just fair to everyone. So
yeah, it absolutely is. And it's fun to see them draw a card and they go, I don't want to sit there. Hey, that's your seat.
yeah, nobody likes seat 9 or seat 1, but
Right.
Sometimes you get stuck there. Yeah, that was me last week, so
Right.
or 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, a few weeks ago. The not run good night.
Yeah, that's just the way it goes sometimes.
Yeah. But, I've watched, like everybody tonight, they'll lose a buy-in, reload, and then run good. I don't know if they're playing better. They're just more relaxed sometimes. If you lose a little bit, you're not rushing, I guess, to win maybe, and you're just playing your hands the way they should be played.
Yep, staying disciplined, even when you're losing at the poker table is really important. So, yeah, you got to stay disciplined no matter what the session results are, because the thing with poker is it's all one long session.
Absolutely.
So letting short-term results impact your play is not a good recipe for success. So Chris F. opens to 65 with King Jack suited. Dragon's going to call with an unknown hand, and Christopher's going to call with King Queen suited out of the small blind. So
And it looked like Thunderbird folded ace-9, if that was correct.
yeah, ace 9 off, which I like. That's a good discipline laydown from Trey.
In the big blind, yeah.
Flop is deuce 4-4. King Queen has the best of that, but Dragon may have something that connected with it. We just can't see his hands.
I think he folded. I don't think Dragon has a hand.
Oh yeah, Dragon folded. So
there we
looks
go.
like Chris F continues for 125, and Christopher only has about $300 in his stack. He may just decide to go with this hand. If he's going to call here, I think he just has to go with it. But that is not a lot of wiggle room when it comes to playability.
And he has the best hand. That's what's so sick about it. That
Yeah,
if he shoves, he's going to get called for the $200. That's more to the other Chris.
Yeah, and it looks like he's thinking about shoving here. So
Yep. Wow.
he does go all in,
The mind reader.
and
He's going to call. I mean, he can't put him on a 4.
and he's going to get the money in, dominated by King Queen.
Right. I mean,
So he'd be
he's only drawn to a jack.
drawn to a jack
Oh,
or a
the board
chop.
pairing.
Yeah,
Yeah,
jack
the
or
board
a
pairing
chop.
again, a deuce. He does make the call.
Yeah, he does make the call for 300. So they're going to run out the board, and
Christopher doesn't know how good his hand is, what he's up against.
yeah, if he could see it, he would be very happy.
Oh, he's hating it right now. I was just thinking that. Oh, no.
Oh, wow.
My goodness.
King Jack gets there, and King
Oh,
Queen
my goodness.
gets absolutely destroyed on that river. Man, these rivers have been brutal today, turns and rivers, but
Wow.
sometimes that's the way it goes, and Chris F. is running good.
He's running great. That's just a. That's how it goes sometimes.
Yeah, absolutely. Sometimes you just get those bad rivers. But nice hand for Chris F. Takes down another pot. You can see these chip stacks have gotten progressively larger as the night has gone on.
Yeah, it looks like Chris is up about $1,300 too from his buy-in. So, oh, he's going to color up a little bit. He's not going anywhere. He's just getting some colors. So we are watching Rounders Live. This is the 5-5-5 big game before the big game. Sunday, Super Bowl Sunday, we do have a free roll later on. We have both big screen's going to have the game with sound. So you can come out and play some poker. You can come out and watch the games. You can come out and have dinner. The bar and grill will be open. So come on out to Rounders Card Club, 3723 Colony Drive, Suite 101, San Antonio, Texas, right off of I-10 and Wurzbuck, just past the HEB.
And Chris F. wakes up with pocket jacks. And he's got some amazing cards tonight. He's just had a lot of big pocket pairs. Mark's going to fold. And Mantis, who looks like that may be Avi, is going to call with his pocket eights.
Wow.
Yeah, he's looking to flop a set. So they're going to go heads up to a flop here. So they both flop over pairs to the board.
Yeah, that could be tricky, right?
Yeah. And,
Mantis is going to think his hand's good, so if he bets, is he going to raise here?
No, I don't think he has any raises here. I mean, he can raise for protection, but not with pocket eights here. It's just your hand's very good, and you have a lot of value in just calling.
Wow, and another low card gets there.
Yeah,
making the eights feel a lot better. He's fading face cards.
Yeah, that's going to be a card that Mantis is going to have to call at some frequency as well on this turn, even with a big bet. So this has been a very good board for Chris's hand against Mantis's hand.
Right, Jackson eights. They how does the board have all low cards where if it's king queen it probably goes check 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 check, you know?
Absolutely. Yeah. So we'll have to see if Mantis can find a fold on this turn, but
I don't think he will, right? Is he gonna put in just a call?
Yeah, he's gonna go ahead and make the call.
I don't know how you can think about fading any paint. King, queen, ace, jack, 10, but
yeah, about an ace is probably one of the few cards that may slow down the action.
And the 10
here.
gets there.
Yeah, so the 10 on the river doesn't change much. Maybe
he's gonna think his eights are still good.
Yeah. Now, Avi may be able to find a fold here on the river, just based off of his sizing. But if he thought he was good on the turn, then he's probably thinking he's good on the.
Yeah, he just calls. So he just calls and he sees the jacks. Yeah, I don't think he folds there. I think a 9 or a 10 comes off, he's not folding. And a 10-day come off, but.
Yep. Just a pretty standard hand. Nothing Avi can really do there with his
yeah, the
pocket
board.
Eights.
The board told him to call, basically.
Absolutely.
He was going to beat ace, king, ace, queen, ace, jack. All those hands that he was hoping to see. Well, welcome to the booth. We got Scotty Karate joining us for a little bit. What's going on, Scotty?
Hey, what's up, guys? How are you doing?
Doing great. Great game. Have you seen any of this action going on?
I have. I've been watching.
My goodness. This is some action. Everybody's smashing flops. 2 players, every hand.
Oh, man, with that Annie.
Yeah, that Annie is
way
huge.
Interesting.
Yeah. And don't forget, Rounders Card Club is having a 100,000 marathon freeze out March 4th through the 7th. $500 buy-in, $50K in chips, 40-minute blinds day 1, 50-minute blinds day 2. 5 flights to choose from, and satellites will be running all month. You can check the Poker Atlas for all the details, or you can call Rounders at 210-361-3325. So don't forget, 100,000 marathon freeze out, $500 buy-in.
Ooh, it's
March
gonna be a good
4th through the 7th.
Oh, it's a good one.
Just a month away.
Yep. A freeze out. That's a big one.
I know.
100,000 freeze out. Wow.
100,000K.
Yeah.
Poker Traveler 3 bets with the ace-9 offsuit. Dragon in seat 1 is Jeff. He's going to fold to Poker Traveler. Man, a lot of
Thanks,
chips.
down
Man.
like that. So, obviously, you're a football fan. I see you wearing the jersey, even though your team's a little different than my team. I'm a Texans fan, but I see.
I had to borrow this one.
You had to borrow the Cowboys jersey.
My team hates this jersey.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. But we are doing a special, we're going to do squares, Super Bowl squares, starting on Saturday. and it's going to be for an entry into the Marathon Freeze-Out.
Oh, my goodness.
So on Saturday, you can come in, $20 a square. Every quarter, we're going to give away a seat to the Marathon Freeze-Out, $500
wow.
value, yeah.
Oh, wow.
So that's going to take place on Saturday. So if you want some Super Bowl squares in, and obviously if you come in on Sunday, we have full bar, full restaurant. You can watch the game while the sound on. So
And
if you
who
wanna
do they
watch
buy
game
the
too,
squares from?
They can buy them at the front desk. So
Only at the front
So
desk.
you come in on Saturday, see the front desk, and we'll take care of you.
Do you use your player's card and they put you down, or do you actually fill out your own
Yeah, you
board?
come in, you pick your square, you pay cash,
Oh.
and we'll hold it and all that kind of stuff.
Okay. That
Yeah.
sounds pretty good.
Yeah, every quarter we'll give away a seat to the Marathon Freeze-Out. Could be worth, at least $20,000, if not more.
Oh, absolutely. 100,000
Yeah,
guaranteed.
because you win that tournament. Wow.
Then you get a whole month to sit on and think about it.
Yep.
Mark's going to raise to $60 with Ace Jack offsuit. Big Daddy Chaz loves connected suited cards. That's a 9-6 of clubs. And Chris Foles. So it's going to heads up action, $60 pre-flop. Yeah, the ante changes everything.
Oh, wow, yeah.
Like Shane was saying, there's $55 of dead money pre-flop.
Exactly.
So Big Daddy Chaz actually flops the best hand with a pair of sixes and a 9-high flush draw. And Mark has Ace Jack. Big Daddy Chaz is going to bet 115. And Mark calls. He has to hit an ace or a jack on the turn. And he catches the ace of clubs, giving Big Daddy Chaz the flush. Mark did check, even though he hit the ace with the flush on the board. 460 is the bet. I don't know if Mark can get away from this. I guess he could.
Wow. Someone folded Queen 6 of clubs in the hand, didn't they? By kicking themselves a little bit.
No, because Chaz has the
Oh,
9-6 of clubs.
Shows how good my memory is.
Yeah, it could have been a queen something of clubs. I'm not sure. But 460 is called. Mark is drawn dead on the river.
Jack of Hearts one time for a little fun.
Ooh. The 9-high flush is good. There's a check. I guess Chad's going to bet about 700 maybe. He bet 460 and got called, maybe 775.
He calls the turn, and the 10 of Hearts is not, it's not a club, so.
Oh, wow, he's
that looks
going
like a
big.
big bet, yeah.
Yeah. 15-10. Oh, my gosh. The 10's got to be an aggravation caller.
The extra chips make it look like a bigger bet. Those 5 chips in there, big deal.
Right. Mark has ace jack.
I guess Chaz is trying to overbet the pot, make it look like a bluff.
Get a room, Chaz.
He bet the flop, got called. Bet the turn, got called. Now he bet the river. And he's chuckling. I think that's a bad sign. If you're laughing, I don't think you let the other opponent call you. But he's having a great time. They're like, how do you get there every time? Man, Mark's in a pickle.
Yeah, it's a tough spot. He called the turn.
He had to think he was good.
Yeah, the 10 doesn't really change much.
Right. I mean, it does get a straight there, 9-7, but maybe instead of putting him on a flush, he puts him on a set, maybe. Because he keeps firing. He's going to fold. Good fold.
Yeah. That is a good fold.
So Scotty, with what's going on? What's going on in the card club right now?
Well, so if you haven't been here in a little while, one, our barbershop is open and operational, so you can come in and get a haircut. If you go to our website also, rounderscardclub.com, you can actually take a full-on virtual tour of the entire place. Literally, it's like you're inside without being here. So if you're from out of town and you want to see what Rounders is all about, come on in, check it out. There's our barbershop right there to the left. I mean, we literally have everything you can get here. And actually, if you didn't know that, when you play here, we do have a comp system that for every hour of cash game you play, you earn $1 in comps. And before, we were only using it for the restaurant. And now, you can use it for golf simulators. You can use it for the barbershop. You can get food. You can come in and have a full meal, play some golf, and get a shave and a haircut. All of that is here around, especially if you have comp points, and you can use them all.
So you can virtually just walk around the entire building off of this tour.
Yep, you can see literally
Wow.
everything. You can look at the tables. You can literally almost walk to the table you're going to go to. If you're playing tournaments, you can see the back of the room. You can check out the bar area. You can check out the restaurant. You can check out our private room where these guys are playing right now.
I just want to know who came up with the color schemes because it's like perfect.
Yeah,
I mean, it's beautiful. The building is beautiful.
I'm gonna credit to Donna, one of our owner's wives, because she seems to be the mastermind behind our aesthetics in the room.
So if you're from out of town, you want to check out Rounders Card Club, you can get online and look at the virtual
Yeah, the 3D tour. Yep.
3D tour.
RoundersCardClub.com. You can see our tournament schedule. You can see what we have upcoming. You can get all that information on there, and you can, like I said, you can see the 3D tour. You can see
All our
every
tournaments
inch.
are posted. The 100K for March is posted on there.
We do have that 25K accumulator going on right now. The first flight's actually happening right now,
Right.
as we speak.
$8,000 guaranteed first place.
Yep.
$25,000 guaranteed tournament.
You can actually stack your chips, which is pretty unique. And this Saturday, we have that 25K triple stack, one-day event, 250 total buy-in, 25,000 guarantee.
Yeah, that's great. That's a great tournament right there.
Oh yeah, there's always something around. If you're a tournament player, even if you're, I mean, obviously if you're a cash player, there's always something going.
Right.
We're up
25,000 one day
at-
tournament.
Oh my gosh, yeah. One day.
And then you get to watch the Super Bowl the next day with all your winnings.
Exactly.
And who's our new dealer?
That's Ellis.
Ellis.
Yeah, Ellis has a lot of experience dealing. He was trained in Vegas. He dealt in Vegas for a while. He's a phenomenal dealer. They should be happy with him in there.
Yep. Chris F's going to wake up. Chris has pocket sevens, and Daniel wakes up with pocket fives. He three bets. Chris three bets over 195 with pocket sevens. And the Dragon, Jeff, wants to get in the hand. There's a four bet. 600. I can't see his cards. I'm saying he's got pocket kings.
Ooh. Okay.
I'm saying he's got pocket kings. Not ace king, not queens, pocket kings.
Yeah, based off his play tonight, I'm guessing he has a pretty strong hand. Queens plus. And Chris is going to have a hard time continuing here with pocket sevens. But
He did three bet.
Chris does like to mix it up, so I don't want to put anything out of the realm of possibilities here.
He's trying to figure out how many chips Dragon's playing behind.
Yeah, it looks like he started the hand with about 3,000, so
So I know we're looking at a $6,000 pot if these guys decide to mix it up. He knows he has to hit a seven. I don't think he's thinking ace king. I think he has a pair. I know we can't see Dragon's hand.
it looks like he is going to call.
Man, welcome to the pot. The mere $1,400 on Ellis's first hand, right? Oh, ace, eight.
Well,
That's
that
definitely going
re-
to slow it down.
Well, it definitely reduces the amount of ace-x that Dragon can have here. So Chris,
Oh, my goodness. Is he going to bet half
Is he going to
pot?
lead out?
Yeah.
yeah, he likes to mix a lot of these leads into his game. It can be really effective against players that.
I think that's two green stacks. He might bet 1,000 and a 1,400.
If he's putting
Yeah.
on that 4-bet, if he's putting him on kings, it's I guess he's trying to represent that ace.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess he's representing an ace, or just thinks that,
Knight.
Dragon's gonna have a hard time calling if he doesn't have an ace. So
Oh,
it looks like
there's a call.
yeah.
And rather quickly too, for a $1,000 bet.
He has the ace in his hand, pocket aces. He flopped quads, and he said, I'm just going to smooth call.
Well, if he has quads here, that's definitely the play.
Yes.
You definitely don't want to raise.
Oh,
And Queens is a pretty likely candidate for a hand that he has. I think Ace King, Kings, Queens are going to be what he's representing here.
yeah. I know Chris has to shut it down now.
Yeah, Chris is going to check give up here. And he flips over Ace King, I think. Nope, not Ace King. Definitely not Kings.
Yeah, it looks like kings. 2 face cards. Yep.
I don't know who said that pre-flop.
I think it was me. I'm not 100% sure.
I'm 100%
It's been
sure
a
it
long
wasn't.
day. Well,
Yeah, so nice pot there by
The Dragon.
by Jeff the Dragon. And
Yeah.
Chris gets punished a little bit with his lead, but
That's a great call by Dragon with the Kings. You're always going, man, how does that happen? Ace comes up now, 2 aces, and the guy leads out on me.
leads out. Yeah.
yeah, that's a tough hand to.
I don't know if you know about this, but next week the live stream is going to be an employee game.
Right. I was just telling Shane that.
If you want to, I'll be playing the first couple hours. If you want to watch possibly the worst poker player in the history of poker itself,
Do you know who's playing?
I do know the lineup. Yep.
Okay.
Yep. A lot of our more interesting dealers.
Okay.
I know Jack, our tournament director, is playing as well.
Awesome.
Jared's playing. I know that.
That's a 1-1.
It's a 1-1, and knowing us,
Is it a $200 max buy-in?
As of right now, it is. I'm going to push for at least the match the stacks or 75% rule.
Oh, I thought you could match these stacks that are playing right now.
Well, I mean, if you want to let me borrow some money, I mean, I'm in. I probably will be leaving the game in tears afterwards, to be honest.
Well, that'll be a fun one to watch.
Yeah.
The dealers get to see how we all play every day, and now we'll get to see how you guys all play.
Yeah, that's
So,
the best part is dealers get to see every hand's a winner when you're a dealer. Every
That's
hand.
right.
You got
Well,
three deuce offsuit, winner.
Basically, the dealers are learning by dealing and watching how everybody plays, so they're picking up how to play better poker
Well,
when they get to play.
right.
So Poker Traveler raises up his Ace King off up to $75, and it's going to fold around. I don't think he's going to get any action here. So, yeah, it's going to fold, and he's going to pick up the $50 that's dead in the middle.
Right? No action, and he's been not having been playing very many hands tonight. And the hands he does, he's been raising. I think he had multiple folds pre-flop.
Yeah, I've been here for 2 of his hands we raised, and he folded around every time.
Yeah, it's been an interesting dynamic with how this ante game is switched up, because if you watch the 1025 game from a couple of weeks ago and the pre-flop hands and the amount of aggression that was going on in that game, it doesn't seem like perhaps that has translated into this ante game, because a lot of people are showing up with much stronger hands.
Right.
So. And I stopped by the table there just a few minutes ago, and everybody at the table is laughing and having a good time. But they have the stream up on the TV.
Oh,
in there.
okay.
So they're on a half-hour delay, but they get to watch, in their words, Chaz make the nuts in every hand.
Right.
And they're just deciding on who gets to give him the money.
If he's in the hand, you might as well just hand him a stack.
Yeah, that's what they said. So. Yeah, with how Chaz runs in these games, man, you'd want him to play the lottery for you. So, Chris F's going to open up 8-4 off out of the cutoff. So, continuing his aggressive loose play style, and Mark is going to call on the button with Ace King, and he's going to continue on this flop after Chris c-bets. So I don't know if it's Chris's image or if it's just having a
And
very strong hand.
Mark hits a strong ace on the turn. Chris has to check.
Yeah, Chris.
See, I see Mark checking back right now to get value on the river.
Yeah,
there you go.
That's a good way to play it a little bit tricky, and it
Mhm.
allows your opponent to bluff some rivers here. So Chris
Yep.
knows that he's
There you
never
go.
good here with 8 high, so he's going to go ahead and bluff, and I have a feeling
Mark has to look him up. He's not going to raise, but he definitely will call. There you go.
yeah,
And doesn't even show.
All right.
yeah, I think raising there is occasionally good, like a small raise for value, because you can get value from like ace jack sometimes. So
You play a little more with Chris and this group of guys. Is there any chance that he's a little steamed from when he made that bluff with 7s and he's trying to play with 8-4, or is it
you
just
know,
the way he plays?
I couldn't tell you. Chris is hard to read. He always plays like he's a little tilted, but he's very aggressive and knows how to pick some spots where he puts you into a lot of tough decisions. But I'd say he's doing okay. I haven't seen him do anything out of the normal.
And we got a new player in seat 3. Christopher had left the game.
Seat 3 is going to be a new player named Chad. Yeah, it looks like Chad is coming in for about 1,500, it looks like. So he's going to be one of the shorter stacks at the table, but maybe he'll be able to run it up. This is definitely the game to do that.
He doesn't want to put it all on the table, just in case you get big hand over big hand right away.
Well,
Like how the
we've seen
game
that
started.
happen. Yeah, we've seen that happen a couple times already tonight. So.
Phew. Mark wins back a little bit of money from the last hand.
So Chris is going to raise up 7-5 off, and Chaz is going to defend his big blind. Relatively small raise sizes here, so Chaz is going to be incentivized to call a pretty wide variety of hands, and he flops the best of it with bottom pair
a
of
straight
tens.
draw.
Yeah, and it goes check check.
Now a flush draw.
Chaz has a second nut heart, so or third nut heart, so he's going to want to maybe get some value here, but he could check to let Chris do some bluffing. And it looks like Chris is just going to give up on this one.
Sure.
And Chaz makes the nuts again.
It's just 3 tens.
Or the effective nuts, so.
Is Powerball still $1 billion? Because
No, it's gone.
man.
No, yeah. I'm pretty sure Chaz won that, though.
oh, that's where the purple chips came from.
Yeah,
Makes sense.
yeah.
I get it. Shane, I know you stepped out for a minute, but are you a big football fan? You got plans for the Super Bowl on?
Man, I'm pretty tempted to be here with all the fun stuff that's going on.
So I was telling JT here that we are going to do some squares on Saturday. It's going to be for our marathon freeze-out buy-ins. We have that 100K coming up at the end of, or the beginning, of March, and you literally can pay $20 to get a square. Every quarter, someone gets an entry to that 100,000 guaranteed tournament.
Wow, that's great. Yeah, maybe have to get into that.
You're probably good for at least like 20 squares, right?
Put me down for 25, and then we'll talk.
Okay, well, the buy-in's 5. Math's not my strong suit, but
He wants to win all 4.
book it.
Yeah.
4.
Lock it up. Oh, yeah, 4 entries.
Yeah. He wants to win every quarter.
Never won a square in my life.
Yeah, I don't do sports betting, and I try not to gamble on sports in general, but I enjoy a good football square.
Yeah, squares are fun. I always get numbers like
No skill
4.
involved.
I
It's
get
great.
4-2 and things like that.
Yeah. Never won one, but I enjoy it.
All right.
I was playing in a game out in Mississippi where every person that was in the room at the time automatically got entered into those squares, and you had the ability to win up to like $2,000. And I had to leave at like 1 a.m, and I left, and they called my number like 3 minutes after I left.
And you
For
have to
like
be there to win.
$2,000, you have to be there to
Oh,
win. Yeah,
goodness.
I showed up the next day, and I was pretty close friends with one of the guys that ran the game, and he was like, "Man, I feel bad."
One of our former dealers used to work here, I think, hit a bad beat in Kickapoo. And same thing, he was telling a story about a guy that just was holding it, had to go to the bathroom, holding it, sprinted to the bathroom,
And, oh,
missed
no.
one hand, and it actually hit.
Oh my gosh.
Actually hit.
Talk about running bad.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think in the future I'm going to try to recommend that they do a big blind ante to speed up this process a little bit. It's a great game, as you can tell. It creates a lot of action, but making sure everybody puts in that $5 is brutal sometimes. It's
Right,
tough
the
on the dealer.
Yeah, he's working
So,
hard.
Obviously, in our tournaments, we do big blind antes for all of our tournaments, and that's easy. The dealer can just take it. What happens in that case in a cash game, in your opinion, if somebody misses the big blind? That they sit out right then?
So
or
in
they come
this
back?
game, if
You
you're
just take it.
yeah, if in this game, if you're not at the table, they're
Just
taking
pull
your
it.
blinds anyways. So yeah, you just pull it, and that's pretty standard.
Yeah, I like it.
You just make sure everybody's aware of it when they start.
Yeah, yeah.
And say, look, if you're out of your seat, you take a
take
break or whatever. We still gonna pull your antes out.
Yeah, a game this size, that does make sense.
Yeah, as you get into the bigger games, the ability to sit out kind of becomes less of an option. So,
All right, you're not missing many hands.
no, yeah. And in this game, why would you want to? There's so much action. Wow, look at this. King 5 raises, and then Big Daddy Chaz 3-bets with 5-3 offsuit. Talk about some loose pre-flop raising.
And we know the flop is gonna be 5-5-3.
Yeah, and with the way Big Daddy Chaz runs. But, I mean, this is a pretty tough hand to make a call with.
Can he
Out of-
4-bet here? No.
Out of position. Jazz plays his button.
He only
real well.
4-bets
He
with
knows what he's
pocket
doing.
kings. At least Dragon had pocket kings last time he 4-bet. So
Big Daddy Chaz takes down a nice $120, or I'm sorry, $370 pot, and didn't even have to fight for it.
yeah, when you're running that hot, sometimes you don't want to mix it up with that guy.
And he's sitting on almost $20,000 in this $5 ante game.
$9,000 gain, right?
I missed the beginning. He bought it for 10.
I think he was in for 5 originally, then he added on a little bit after the hand with Poker Traveler, the first hand.
He lost his first hand, but he's never looked back.
Yeah, I don't think he lost. I think he lost 2,500, so it wasn't a terrible amount, but he added on a little bit, and now he's up probably close to 10,000. So he's having a good night. And I think they all were. Like I said, I went out there and everybody's having a good time. They're laughing and they're having
Having a couple cocktails from the Rail Bar and Grill.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, as I was telling Shane, I see
I
him
saw
play a
some
lot.
beers and I saw some drinks going. So
Yeah, I was telling Shane earlier before he came, this guy, that when I see him out there playing, he's out there, but everybody's out there is having cocktails, enjoying their friendship, but battling hard
Oh, yeah.
for those chips. It's amazing.
Yeah.
The friendships that are out there and the money that they're playing for.
Oh, yeah, that 1-2-5 game that makes regularly, the uncapped buy-in one that plays pretty huge. That's the loudest table in the room, but it's never loud because they're upset at each other.
Right.
never.
Everyone's having a good time, buying drinks, and
Oh, big hand for
Thunderbird
Trey. Wow.
flops.
This is going to be a huge hand, I think, with Chris involved.
Oh, yeah, he's not.
Chris flops top pair and Trey flops middle set on a pretty wet board, too. Flush draws available, so this is probably going to get raised, but he just calls, which,
He wants to fade a club, I believe. If he fades a club, he'll come out swinging probably.
yeah, and he got bit pretty hard earlier with his middle set when Chaz turned the nut straight.
Yeah, the Broadway
so,
on him, yeah.
yeah, he's going to be pretty happy with his hand right now, I think. So I expect to see a raise at some point. And Chris is probably not going to fold
Yeah.
top pair.
And Chris is talking. I don't know if he's talking to Thunderbird, but he's smiling. It looks like he's smiling and talking. I can't tell with his mask on, but it sounds like it looks like he's having a great time.
Yep, and here comes the raise from Trey. Looks like he bumped it up to maybe like 600. Yeah, $575.
And there's a quick call.
Snapped call by Chris. So,
I mean, he's like, my king. Oh,
and Trey has this locked up. He cannot lose this pot, at least.
he can only be
by the
bluffed
cards,
off the pot with
And-
a flush.
Oh my gosh, what a terrible card for him. That's the worst.
7-2 or clubs.
Card. Wow. Poor Trey. He's gonna check.
Oh, he's
here.
gonna go check,
is he going
check.
to go check? Yeah.
No, I don't think so. I think Chris.
Yeah, he's gonna show.
Oh, he did. Okay. Wow.
Yeah.
Chris will find some crazy bluffs there that you just wouldn't think he would ever find with his hand. But Trey does take it down with middle set. I'm sure he's telling the dealer finally, knowing him. So
Well, there's a $5 tip that one of the chatters were asking about.
Yep.
So
There you go. Here's our cumulative winnings. Big Daddy Chaz, big winner, up at $8,000 in winnings. And
Daniel's down 4K, but he ran into a monster cooler where it was ace, the nut flush versus second nut flush.
yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
And it was a little bit deceptive too, because both players played their hand relatively tricky. So
Daniel's a solid player. He's been playing at Rounders since, as far as I can remember. He's a very, very solid player. So
yeah, Daniel, I don't see him here as much anymore, but I've played some very, very big games with him elsewhere. So it's good to see him in the mix over here. He is a very good player.
He had King Jack, the Jack High flop with the Ace 10 of spades. He had King Jack of spades. And
oh gosh,
the turn, perfect spade.
I guess you just lose every time at that point.
Yeah.
Yep. Nothing you can do.
You're never folding.
So Avi, who I think he wanted his name changed back to Avi, by the way.
Is it on? Is it
It's
Mantis?
Yeah,
Wow.
yeah. He wanted his name changed back, but he's got pocket deuces here, which are basically pocket aces, and I'm imagining he's going to raise this up a little bit. And he folds. So he makes a tight fold, and it continues on to Dragon, who raises 9-7 off to 45. Big Daddy Chaz with a quick fold.
Yeah, he doesn't have a hand.
And Steady
So
with
he should be coming along with that hand.
yeah, he's definitely going to be giving it a call here. So Dragon and Poker Traveler go heads up to a flop.
Jack High flop. That's going to shut down everything.
It goes check, check, and a quick check, check on the turn, and Poker Traveler gets there on the river and bets 100, and he's not going to get called by 9 high, so he has the option to bluff, but I think he's going to check right out of that hand.
Yeah.
Instead, he shows the king on the river. If you are watching Rounders Live, please shoot us a like on our video and subscribe. It really helps with our YouTube algorithm, and we want to grow this stream as much as we can to show off all these amazing players and great games here at Rounders.
And please, next week when I'm playing that stream, I want all the comments, all the trash talk, all the comments. I'm going to read them all.
I'm going to be in there,
So
and I'm going to be brutal.
Please
so.
subscribe so you can comment specifically about my play.
Awesome. Yeah, we'll definitely be in there.
Yep. Daniel Woods in the chat talking about Big Daddy Chaz. Says Chaz is up 10K or more, has 8K in.
Yeah, it's possible that his chip stack was not reflected on the software correctly, but I think he's up close to around 10. So
And Joseph says he's watching from South Dakota. Will be in San Antonio soon.
awesome, man. Well, safe travels. We look forward to having you and seeing you here at Rounders.
Yeah, please come on in. If you come in, there's a discounted rate at the Drury Hotel. So if you're coming from out of town, you want to stay, we can connect that for you and get you hooked up with a discounted rate. It's real close.
And that's not far at all.
Yeah, not far at all. Potential walking distance if you're in a little better shape than I am.
So we got another 3-bet pot brewing. It went raise, Mark called, and then Trey 3-bet to 250 with an unknown hand. Mark has pocket sixes. King high flop. This is going to favor Trey's 3-betting range, but we'll see if he's able to find a bet. He does not. So
Sixes are holding up so far.
yeah, sixes are holding up, and Trey may just take a showdown value with an ace.
Oh, with a set of sixes on the river.
Yeah, and if Mark goes with a small bet here, he may get looked up by ace high, but I think this is this should be a fold from.
Yeah, 250 or
Check.
something.
Yeah, this is.
Half pot bet. If
Trey's
Thunderbird-
gonna look him up with
Okay.
ace high. So
He said, okay, you're good the whole way. Just wanted to see what I was playing against.
a good river for Mark. He was able to get some extra value with his pocket sixes. Yeah, and Trey's probably wondering what he checks down 2 streets there and then bets river with.
And able to call. And what's he calling with ace high, thinking any pair beats him, so in a set for sure. So
Yeah, but I mean, after the flop and turn go check, check, ace high can be good there quite a bit, but just depends on his ability to bluff some ace highs on the river. Mark's, or it was Mark.
Yeah,
Trey,
Mark,
right?
yeah.
Yeah, Mark may find some bluffs with ace high, and Trey wanted to make sure that wasn't happening. So it's a reasonable call. It was a pretty wet board, though. I prefer to call my ace highs on those paired boards. It's pretty hard to make a pair in a no limit hold'em. So having a paired board reduces the amount of pairs my opponent can have. So
yeah, with him checking the flop and even if you bet the turn, with the turn being a 4, I think Mark looks him up. And then, of course, the 6 on the river, he's never folding. So
yeah,
I think since he checked the flop, Mark felt pretty good with that run out. Of course, with the 6 hitting, but the 4 was even. I think he's calling any bet on the turn.
Here comes Big Daddy Chaz again with premium hands. Just
raising up
firing
9-5
away.
suited.
Man, Thunderbird's hoping he gets a flush draw.
Yeah, he folds,
What?
and Daniel has an actual premium hand on the button. He's going to raise it up. Goes to 210.
And the pocket sixes moves over to Chris from Mark.
Oh boy, Chris is not folding for $210. So
He has about 1,200 behind.
and Mark makes a fold with the queen 5, and Big Daddy Chaz may actually find a fold here against Daniel. I'm pretty sure they have quite a bit of history together. So I don't think he's probably going to get too out of line. If Daniel was quite a bit deeper, they may find a way to call here, but Chris calling may also bring it in, so he is going to.
Yep, there it is.
He knew he had the only flush draw in spades.
Well, he definitely does now after Trey folds the ace high. And
Ace king is there.
yeah, ace king flops top pair, and Daniel's definitely going to feel pretty good about his hand here.
So he's going to go 425 or something.
Yeah, I would guess that he's going to go about 2/3 pot on this board, or half pot, half. With it going 3 ways to the flop. Yeah.
Oh, 240.
So a little less than half pot. So he's not going to get too many calls here.
Yeah, no
so
action.
Yep, simple fold.
So nice hand for Daniel, picking up some chips with ace king.
So February 11th is going to be our one live stream.
1-1 live stream, yes. Employees.
Employer
only.
appreciation.
Yep. Yeah. Watch us be terrible and realize why all of us work at a card room. That's the secret. Most dealers.
They say those who cannot play deal. So
Yep.
No, those who cannot play, watch it from this side of the screen.
Well, they also deal. They also manage card rooms.
This is the safest place. I've never lost a dime right here.
there you go.
I'll tell you that the 2 worst poker players I know own this place. So it's they don't play anymore for a reason. It has nothing to do with the fact that they own the place.
I'm pretty sure they're listening right now, so you got some hurt feelings.
Doesn't mean
Big
it's not
Daddy
the
Chaz
truth.
raises and takes it down with pocket 4s.
We do have golf simulators up here. If you are working on your golf game and you want to challenge myself and anyone else, you'll probably win. But if you want to practice. We do have golf simulators. Actually, right now, JT, I know you play a lot of golf. I don't know if you do or not, Shane, but right now, if you come play our golf simulators, 96 courses. First hour, second hour is free, so you can actually practice your game. You play Pebble Beach. You can. There's some blackjack golf on there for anybody who likes the blackjack. Yeah, you can come check it out. You can use your comp points for that too. Shane, you probably have at least 300.
Yeah, at least. I would guess more. But yeah, I need to get back into golf. That's something that I played when I was a kid and then kind of gave up as I got more into baseball when I was growing up. So
That's weird. Because a lot of us
The
played
opposite.
baseball and then got
Yeah.
into golf
Yeah,
later, you know?
golf, yeah.
That's why I've hit 7 or 8 houses.
Yeah.
Big Daddy Chaz raising up under the gun.
He probably has 7, 8 offsuit.
No, he's got ace 10. He has ace 10 offsuit.
He's got Queen Jack suited.
Mm.
No, I'm
I get-
sorry.
We are having a hard time agreeing on a range here. We're
No, I'll
beginning
give
to-
him.
He's got anything from 7 deuce suited to
Oh, of course.
aces, is my guess. Mark's going to come along to Big Daddy Chaz's mystery hand with King Queen suited, and Dragon's going to peel with Queen 3 off, which is GTO approved. If you check the solvers, that is definitely in there. And once again, he flops top pair, but Mark has him absolutely dominated with King Queen. Big Daddy Chaz is going to make a C bet of about $140, $150.
So I'm going to put him on Queen 10 now that I've seen the flop in action.
Yeah.
He has pocket kings. Definitely pocket kings. Well, we did see Dragon win with Queen Deuce earlier
We
tonight.
did.
So
yeah.
Queen 3 is well within that range.
It goes bet 150, call 150, and Dragon,
He did expose his hand
yeah.
accidentally.
There it
Ace
is. Wow.
Queen. How
Oh
does
my
that?
gosh.
Oh my gosh.
Wow. And a queen on the turn. Big Daddy Chaz is
Well,
making
apparently-
hands.
Dragon didn't have Queen 3.
No.
So it must have been the reader wrong. But these two hands you see, Ace Queen and King Queen, are the real hands. Can Mark
Yeah.
get away from this? Never.
No. Mark can never get away.
Does he put a
from
raise
tricks.
in here?
He can put in a raise, yeah, absolutely.
how can he put him on Ace Queen?
I think against Big Daddy Chaz here, I would.
And he does have the button, so he does have position on him.
He's waiting to fade a
See what's happening on
flush.
the river.
Yeah, and that's a relatively safe river. I mean, Ace King gets there with a straight, but you block Ace King with King Queen, so you're not too worried about that.
He's going to go with the 1,050. That's a smaller bet. Oh, no. I'm sorry.
I think Big Daddy Chaz is going over bet here, or close to pot size,
My
which I like.
goodness.
He's trying to get value from worse queens, so King Queen specifically.
1275.
Now, does Mark come over the top?
Never.
this point?
He can't.
I don't think he can.
He can
yeah,
only
he
call
just
because if
call.
you're betting into me and I have this hand, what can you possibly have
Wow,
but the ace kicker?
Big Daddy Chaz with
Goodness
Ace Queen
gracious.
versus King Queen, another big pot that just went his way. Yeah, $4,000 pot over to Big Daddy Chaz after he flops top pair versus top pair and turns better trips than Mark. So
I am not sure if Chaz plays tournaments, but I will go ahead and put money on him to win the 100K freeze out at this point.
yeah, I mean, if Chaz would let me stake him in the WSOP main, I would.
Well,
Come on.
He already won the $1 million Powerball, so I don't know if he needs the stake or not.
The billion, yeah.
He,
Yeah, I
he
guess
lost his first hand he played. He might be like 50-1, but
That's the secret. You lose the first one.
Yeah, that's just for image. So.
yeah, that's just to get the table to play back at you.
What a hard move that would be. I'm just going to dust off a couple thousand real quick.
And Big Daddy Chaz with the first stack
My
over
goodness.
$20,000. So
He's hoping this night doesn't end.
So I think there's close to $50,000 at this table right now. So
Wow.
pretty big game.
So Rounders Card Club has a $25,000 guarantee going on right now. Is the day ones. It's a guaranteed $8,000 first place. The accumulator You can bag as many times as you can in the 7 day ones we have, and you can take your 2 largest stacks into day 2, which is February 14th at noon. So
Yeah, I mean,
it's a $45 buy-in for $8,000 first place.
yeah, if you win that tournament, that's a pretty nice Valentine's Day dinner.
Yeah.
Wherever you want to go.
Yeah.
And again, we did this event before. It was very popular. And if you multi-bag more than twice, yes, you take your 2 biggest stacks, but you get min cash for everyone after that. So you can bag 7 times in a row. 5 min cashes, your 2 best stacks go on to day 2.
Wow, that's nice. I didn't know that.
Yeah, you can win $8,000 for just your $45 buy-in.
So come play the second day of the accumulator after you bag 2 times. Bring your lady here. Treat her to a nice dinner.
We
Let
do
her
it-
sit at the bar, have a couple
Yep.
of cocktails while you win the tournament.
Yep, you can get a very nice ribeye. You get some salmon. Get a little 1942.
That's
after you
what
win
kills me, the
8,000.
range on the menu.
Oh, yeah.
It's so amazing. The food is so good, but you can get potato skins to a steak.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the appetizers to the main courses. I mean, the food's unbelievable.
Yeah. We bring in specials quite regularly. We do soups, and we did a prime rib last Saturday. So we're always trying to get someone. I think someone has a soup right there from what it looks like. I can't quite tell.
Yep.
Little Dave needs to go to our
And they
barber
have,
shop.
what, breakfast 24/7?
Mm-hmm. That we do.
664 board, and we got Ace Jack versus King 7 going at it.
Pretty good turn for Mark. He turns a gut shot. Trey has the best hand, but it's going to be difficult for him to continue here. He may just check, and then Mark is going to be incentivized to just check back and realize some of his equity.
Oh, and he gets there with the king.
Gets there with the king on the river, and this is going to be another board where,
Oh, no.
yeah, Trey's just going to get looked up here.
He can only call 2.
So he bets close to 300, I
yeah,
think, right?
yeah.
And Mark is just going to call after he hits that king on the river.
Yeah, he can't. He's not raising.
And Trey says, "Why did you put that river out, dealer?"
Right. He bet on the wrong card. But Mark can't do anything but call just in case there's a 6 in his hand or.
Yeah, I mean, you're not getting called by too much worse there, I think, if you raise. So I think calling is good, and you have a pretty weak king to go with his.
Right. King 7 offsuit.
Here's our pre-flop raises. Big Daddy Chaz leading along with Chris F. At 24%. And Avi, Chad, and Mark.
Is that
all
0%? Is that an accurate stat?
Yeah, so I don't think Avi has opened any hands. So
No.
pre-flop, it's different than VPIP.
Gotcha.
VPIP goes up every time you play a hand. Pre-flop raise only goes up when you actually raise first end. So Avi staying true to what we give him, a hard time for, only
Yep.
playing aces.
Yeah.
He did come in with King 8.
Hey, but when it works.
Yeah.
He played 8s against Jacks,
Yeah.
but
Been relatively quiet tonight, and yeah, he unfortunately got into a hand where he just couldn't do anything but call against jacks when he had pocket 8s. So looks like there's some good food and drinks around the table right now.
Yeah,
so.
that actually is special right now. It's a tomato basil soup with a grilled cheese sandwich.
Oh boy. What time does the kitchen close?
You can actually get food all up to 2 a.m.
Oh, 2 a.m.
Yep,
Okay.
2 a.m.
Well,
You can get basically anything. You can get breakfast even at 1:45 in the morning. You can get that grinder, that's special. It's pretty amazing. You can get some breakfast tacos.
awesome. Yeah, I think I may have to go get some of that soup right now because I'm hungry. That sounds great.
Yeah, right. I did come straight from the golf course to here, and I did grab me a little bite to eat earlier.
What's it like shooting 120?
It's not bad. It's better than shooting 130.
Well, I get it.
I birdied the first hole, and it was downhill from there.
I played on Monday. I played the best round of my life, in my opinion, at 105.
That's
It
good.
it was not at all good.
That's good for you.
I shot it for me. Yes, yeah.
I didn't say it was good for me.
I'm telling
Where'd
you.
y'all play?
Monday we played at Northern Hills.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I like
Yeah,
Northern Hills.
Hills.
I was playing Cedar Creek today. Birdied number 1, and then
Yeah. the first time I started playing again, I would only use a 7-iron. 7-iron and a putter. That was my two moves.
You need to go back to your coach, Mike.
Mike, yeah, one of our players, phenomenal
He
coach.
can strike the ball.
Yep.
Like,
Yes, that's something we have kicked around. We have had a idea for a beat Mike type of thing, or just a general golf tournament on our simulators. But
holy cow!
we have thought about doing because Mike is a golf instructor. He works at Top Golf, and you can outdrive him on the simulator, get a prize, but also
No one can outdrive him.
a simulated golf tournament.
No one can outdrive him.
Well, on my best day, I
Nobody.
could get
Within 100 yards.
100 yards away.
Okay, that's what it should be. You get it within 100 yards of his drive. That could be a thing.
This hand went 5 ways to the flop, and nobody caught really much of anything except for El Thunderbird with his pair of 4s. He's
And he
probably gonna
takes
just
it
take
down.
Yeah.
He takes it down.
So it's a nice little pot for Trey. I do some poker coaching for some students, and I always tell them the key to poker is to win the big pots and to lose the little pots. So charge $500 an hour for that.
That's your lesson.
That's my lesson.
I didn't ask for that lesson. Do I owe you 500? Because I just got a lesson I didn't know about.
Yeah, well, I'm giving away my secrets.
Well,
okay.
To Rounders.
Speaking of lessons, I don't know if you've talked about this on the stream at all or not, but we do have a dealer school that's going to be starting here at Rounders soon.
Tell me more about it.
Yeah, you can you learn from. There's a school in Vegas called West Coast Dealing School. They're running a school out of Texas, out of Rounders actually. West Coast Dealing School at Rounders. Actually, our first session starts next week. If you love poker and you love dealing cards and being around the action, it is a phenomenal way to make some good money. You can there's signs in the room. I believe the email is info@rounderscardclub.com. So if you want to learn some stuff about dealing poker, not just playing, check us out.
But it's not just for someone who's never dealt. It's for dealers that want to.
Some of our dealers that we have that are phenomenal dealers are interested in taking the class to get a
That's
little
awesome.
better. They want to improve their craft, and if you've never even learned before, that's a great place to start.
Big hand
SETI wakes
for-
up with aces.
Yeah, for SETI, but it doesn't look like he's going to have much action other than
Right.
maybe from Chris. Dragon may actually
150.
have a better hand here. His card reader keeps going badly,
Bonkers.
but he folds quickly,
Yeah.
so
Yeah.
SETI wastes his aces on a little pot. But
Another hand that
I think it's just position with Dragon.
yeah, I think he was just trying to steal the pot there. So
Yeah, so you can actually go if you're interested in that school, JT, which I know you might be interested in because I've seen.
I
you
need
deal,
a
but
school because I got fired for dealing.
I don't know if it was for dealing or not.
No,
but
I
it
didn't
was
get fired for dealing. I got fired for
for not dealing. I think.
not dealing. There
But
you
you can go to West Coast Dealing School or westcoastdealing.com, westcoastdealingschool.com, and there's a Texas tab. You can actually click on that. That'll give you more information. Check us out if you want to be a phenomenal dealer. The gentleman named Chris who runs that school, when we first opened, Eric and Dave, our owners, and they flew him down. They gave us a little three-day course. Taught us a lot he taught us a lot of amazing things, and very phenomenal. So if you want to be a professional dealer, work in a profession like this, check it out, westcoastdealingschool.com. Man, little Dave needs a haircut.
At least get a straight line.
Bad beat.
I'm
Bad
not
Beat
trying.
Barbershop.
I'm not saying anything.
He definitely was not at the Bad Beat Barbershop. I'll tell you that.
Oh, Dragon gets kings again.
yeah, pocket kings for Dragon. Big Daddy Chaz is probably going to 3-bet this hand.
Wow. Yeah. Oh my goodness.
Yeah,
This
he-
could get ugly quick.
He comes in with a 3-bet and it's going to
Fold around to
fold
the
around.
Dragon.
Yep. And it'll be interesting to see how big he goes here against Big Daddy Chaz.
275. He put out. What did he put out? 60. 275. So he's going to make it.
They're pretty deep
He's
here.
going to make it
800.
800. 800. Yeah.
Yeah, I think he can. I think he can go pretty large here if he wants to. He can go.
Yeah.
About 800 would be about right. But I think he can go
He's
as
going
big as
deeper.
1,000.
Yeah. I want to put 1,010 out there like Big Daddy put out 1510.
15,
Yeah.
10. Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like he goes for a 4-bet up to 1,000, and Big Daddy Chaz is
Wow.
going to make a good fold.
Oh, great fold.
I wish we could rabbit hunt the flop. It was going to come out ace, ace, king, 10 on the turn.
That would be gross. And a king on the river.
Ooh.
No, Big Daddy Chaz
with
would have
Chaz,
just
yeah.
flopped quads.
Not
Don't
with
worry.
Chaz in the hand.
Yeah, he would have just flopped him stone cold.
He would have flopped,
I s-
he would have flopped a royal flush with the set of kings out there.
Yep.
I saw a funny poker meme on the Facebook today that 2020 was like this hand, and it was a deuce, king, 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 king board, and the guy had pocket twos. That represents 2020 pretty well there.
Yep. There's our aggression frequency. Chris F is
Taking over.
Yeah.
taken up, and Big Daddy Chaz is normally pretty high up there, and he's also in there.
Right.
So
And
Got some
Dragon's up there.
aggressive players here at the table. Aggression pays off in poker, that's for sure.
Yeah, I'm sure Daniel and Avi are in the lower end of that.
Yeah, they've been relatively quiet tonight, but they also, for the most part, haven't had much in the way of hands to really mix it up with.
Right.
So, Avi, ever since he joined, has been pretty card dead, and Daniel had the one hand with Ace King that he played, and that's been about it.
Like 2 spots. 7 and 8 seat and 2, 3, 4 seat. 1, 2, 3, 4 seats are the active seats.
Yeah, the middle is a little bit quiet tonight, but that can change pretty quickly. So, Dragon goes ahead and raises it up to $60 with Ace 8. And it folds around. Poker Trevor folds 5-4 suited on the button.
Well, he's trying to enjoy this massage from
Yeah.
this phenomenal massage company that is newer to Rounders, but they're here every day if you want to get a phenomenal massage.
He definitely looks happy, so he said, we'll just enjoy this massage and worry about the poker later.
Yep.
I don't blame him. That sounds pretty nice. There's
So
our-
come on up to Rounders Card Club. You can play on the Super Bowl Sunday. We have a free roll.
We do, yeah. We have
The
it.
Saturday before that, we have a $25,000 triple stack.
Correct, yeah. We actually have 4 different tournaments on Saturday. We have a satellite to the triple stack. We have the triple stack. We have a free roll, and we have an accumulator late at night. And then on Super Bowl Sunday, we actually have an accumulator as well at noon, and then a $1,000 guarantee free roll at 5 p.m. So if you want to watch the game, play some cards, if you want to get a part of those Super Bowl squares that we're doing starting on
Super Bowl
Saturday
squares.
to get an entry into that 100,000 guarantee freeze out. This is going to be a jam-packed weekend of tournament poker, cash poker, and all sorts of fun. So come on out.
When is that 100K freeze out?
That is going to start March 4th.
Yeah.
Yeah, March 4th to the 7th, the first week of March.
Yeah, make sure you put that on your calendar.
Yeah, and I mean, I've been here since we opened, but in the end of March, it's our 3-year anniversary, and
Oh,
we're
wow.
going to go big. We got some big events coming out, so, if you're not following us on Facebook or even on YouTube or Instagram or any of the many channels you need to check us out, and you don't want to miss out on that action because we have some big things planned.
Awesome.
Big
And
events and a big hand here
Yeah.
for Avi. He raises up pocket 10s and gets 3-bet by El Thunderbird, who flops middle pair. It's probably going to go check bet, and then we'll see what Avi manages to do with his pocket 10s. He may continue once.
I'll say it's going to be a fold from Avi.
I know these two guys have played together a lot, but this is the first hand he's raised. So
Yeah, he
if
makes
he
a-
wanted
makes
to,
a good
he might have some
disciplined fold
respect,
here.
but Yep.
So nice little pot for Trey again.
King, queen suited bets and gets there.
Big Daddy Chaz up almost $10,000 tonight in just a few short hours.
How many times have you said that?
Yeah,
Yeah. Every stream?
just about, yeah.
David Diller's working hard.
Yep,
Oh.
David Dealer is collecting all those antes every hand. That guy needs some tips.
That's not Dan Marino in the box?
If it is,
Just
he's not
read-
going to Super Bowl.
I'm reading the jersey.
Yeah.
He might like Darius Rucker because I guess the Dolphins make him cry too.
Oh, you wrote that
Hootie and
last
the-
night, all night. didn't
Hootie
you?
and the Blowfish reference. What a joke.
There's an SA poker legend named Lucas who I'm telling you looks identical to Hootie.
Oh,
He
really?
looks the exact same.
Oh boy, we got Big Daddy Chaz raising up to 70. El Thunderbird with Ace King off in the early position. 3 bets up to 225. It's probably going to fold back around to Big Daddy Chaz, and we'll see if he continues. I have a feeling that's going to be a yes. He does
Here we
elect to
go.
continue.
Here's who I normally play golf with.
For anybody that's wondering, he showed me a picture of Tiger Woods and him, so I can't deny his story. But Big Daddy Chaz elects to continue, and then Trey flops top pair, C bets, and Big Daddy Chaz folds very quickly. So nice another 3-bet pot for Trey, taking it down. Little $500 pot for him.
He threw his car protector at him.
Yeah, Big Daddy Chaz has gotten the better of Trey tonight. Trey flopped middle set, and Big Daddy Chaz turned the nut straight in a very large pot. So some friendly animosity going on between those guys, but they're all laughing, that's for sure.
All right, they're all having a great time. So if you're watching us on YouTube, don't forget to subscribe and like. We greatly appreciate it. You can follow us on Facebook, and you can be following us on Twitch.
Does Rounders Live have a Twitch stream
Yeah,
as well?
do, yeah.
absolutely.
Are we monitoring that?
No, I just brought it up.
I can pull that up too, yeah.
Sorry for our Twitch followers.
Oh, that's not it. Ace Queen for Poker Traveler, raising it up to 75.
The Lucky Massage.
Let's see if he gets a call this time.
Oh, we've got one viewer on Twitch, so I don't feel quite as bad anymore. And it might be you, Scotty.
Is it currently you watching it as you look at it?
Yeah.
I don't play enough video games to be on the Twitch. I try. Eric tends to beat me at UFC game once in a while, and then one of our bartenders, Dylan, destroys me at Call of Duty every other day, and that's about as far as I go. I'm more of a Super Mario Brothers, Pac-Man kind of guy.
There you go. Yeah, I don't find too much time to play video games. I end up spending all my time playing poker, so. Yeah, but during COVID, video games definitely kept a lot of people healthy and happy because there wasn't much else to do.
That is true. I honestly use my Xbox more often now to just watch Netflix and Hulu,
Right.
HBO Max, and all that stuff now. Anything else?
It's your streaming device.
Yep. I have the YouTube already queued up on there, and so when I'm at home on Thursday nights, I do tend to watch a stream.
Trey's raising up.
Thunderbird's going to raise up with the pocket sevens to 80.
Poker Traveler folds 8-7 suited. Boy, he's been quiet tonight. That's not normal for his play. That when I played with him, at least
He's probably missing you.
Yeah, I think that's what it is. Is if I'm not in the game, he just plays very tight and solid. But when I'm in the game, he knows he can just get my money. So.
Yeah, if you'd have raised 50 or whatever it was with sevens, he would have called you with the 7-8 for sure.
Absolutely.
Especially if you're sitting to his right, he said, "I got you."
So Trey takes it down with his raise. I think he just might be enjoying that massage too much to really care too much about the game. So.
Losing focus for a minute.
Yeah, Nikki, one of our, she's here 5 days a week. That's the therapist massaging Sadie right now. If you need a deep massage, she is there for you. Very strong, very good, as anybody that works for that company.
And the massages are relatively inexpensive.
Yeah. Yeah, $1.50 a minute.
Yeah, you can pay by the minute. You want 5 minutes, 10 minutes, an hour.
Yeah, I tend to see the guys when I'm playing, they'll end up booking them for hours
Oh,
at
yeah.
a time. So they definitely get their money's worth.
Yeah, I was fortunate enough before I came in the booth, actually, because I recently picked up golf, as I've been saying, and my back was hurting a little bit, and I got a little 15 minutes, and it was, I'll tell you, it was pretty amazing.
Daniel raising up pocket deuces under the gun plus 2. Yeah, makes a relatively small raise, and Avi's going to call with his king 10 suited in the cutoff. Big Daddy Chaz is going to fold, and Dragon makes a call with jack 5 off on the button. So he's really mixing it up when he's on the button there.
Yeah, with pocket deuces, everybody's going to call with that bet. So if you got pocket deuces, you want to get heads up at least. Why wouldn't you come in like 85, 75, something to...
Well, he might just be, he might just be making these small raises as an adjustment.
Is that a blocker bet so no one come back over the top? Or
It's not necessarily a blocker bet, but if he doesn't really want to get 3-bet by a short stack right now with pocket deuces. So if he raises up to 75 or 80 and then gets 3-bet to 300 or something similar, it's a little less fun when that person may only have 1,000 or 1,400 left in their stack. So small raise size. I mean, it's good to mix up some raise sizes.
So he'll get the same 3-bet on 40 they would have got from 85 if someone had a raising hand. So if he bets 40, someone comes over the top with 110 or something, he can get away from it, or just smooth call.
I think he's just it allows him to get into the hand and show aggression without putting a ton of chips in pre-flop with a hand that really doesn't play well except for when you flop a set. So, and he hasn't been playing too many hands tonight, so a $40 raise size might just be his standard as well. And Avi's going to take it down with king high, which not the best of the hand, but on that board it looks like the best.
And he hasn't been playing many hands, so with the ace, the bigger cards come out, he leads out, they can't call.
Yeah, that's definitely a good time to bluff when your opponents have nothing they can call with.
Right, and Chad, our new player in seat 3, came in, and I haven't seen him play a hand. He's just being card dead, I guess, in that seat right now.
I think he played his first or second hand he came in, and we haven't seen him splash around at all since then.
Well, you are watching Rounders Live with the 555 No Limit Hold'em. $5 ante from every player. So we're starting out with a $55
Pre-flop, yeah.
pre-flop dead money.
Yep. Definitely incentivizes people to get in there and play some hands.
So it plays a lot bigger than a 5-10 and a 10-25?
Yeah, plays bigger than...
Wow, I had to use my fingers to count that real quick. 55. That's pretty good, JT.
Yeah, Avi has a nice hand here. He's going to probably come in for a raise. He raises up to 50. It looks like they got his name changed back to Avi. Which is
Oh,
good.
yeah.
Now we're gonna now you're gonna see it all fall into place.
Yeah, and then Dragon, go ahead and call with his ace-10. And Chris is going to peel off with his 6-5. And he flops the best of it on a 7-5 deuce board.
Pocket 5 or pair of 5s, not pocket 5s, but pair of 5s in the lead.
Yeah, it's going to probably get checked through here. Oh, nope, Dragon's going to stab at it with ace-10, and Chris is going to call with his second pair.
Oh, he comes right off on the turn with the ace. And they go check, check.
Check, check, and it's going to go check, bet, and then maybe a call here from Chris.
That's too big, 275.
Yeah, I'm not sure we see a call here.
250.
Yeah, he folded 2 months ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a good fold by Chris. His stack has taken a little bit of a beating since the last hour or so, so he's looking to mix it up and double up and get some of that back.
Yeah, $1,000 bet against with pocket 7s against pocket kings on an ace 8 board maybe.
Yeah, he definitely got pretty ambitious there with his hand, but I like it because it put pocket kings into a pretty tough spot. If I'm pocket kings there, I don't love my my options.
He called the 1,000. I just don't know if Chris could have pulled the trigger again, which he didn't. But if he could have pushed all in, I don't know if Kings can make that call.
Yeah, it's possible, but I guess we'll never know
Right.
since the turn went check. So
Yeah, and the river, right?
yeah,
They checked it down after a $1,000 call on the flop. Seven five, ace three, 8-7, all folding. 9-5.
boy, Dragon has been active. Man, Jeff is just raising and getting players, getting in there, getting into the mix. And
You were saying, and when we started, that this late position has so much power. You know, with
well, you
that.
definitely have a big incentive. Yeah, you want to be stealing those blinds as much as you can. So I like it, man. He's getting in there. He's putting people to the test, and he's flopping big pieces.
Yeah, I mean, $55 taking it down. I know we're playing big stack sizes, but that's no small amount of money to take down. You can take it
No.
down every hand.
It's a decent steak dinner.
You almost get 2 steaks.
Yeah.
So you want to use your comp points, Mr. 300 over there?
Well, I don't pay for anything here. It's all comp.
You've earned it.
I've paid enough in my money for those comp points.
Well, you said you want to go back into golf. I mean, we do have the simulators. Use those comp points.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. Go check it out and maybe practice my swing because goodness only knows how bad it is these days.
The good news is we have nets everywhere. It'll bounce off. It'll come right back to you. You'll be fine.
The security sits up by the by the golf, and they're gonna be in the danger zone.
Yeah, if you knock one of our security guards out with a golf ball, you have to check temperatures at the door for the rest of the night.
Oh boy, Chris going ahead and raising Queen Jack off up to 55.
Make him sit out of orbit and check temperatures.
Yeah, that's your penalty. For
He's gonna get calls from Mark and Dragon with ace-3 suited and 10-9 off. Big Daddy Chaz, great hand for 3-betting here. It's gonna be a 3-bet bluff. This isn't for value necessarily, and I think this is a good spot to bet because after you get a raise and then 2 calls, those players are unlikely to have very, very strong hands. So you're able to pick up a lot of dead money by just showing some of that aggression.
And Thunderbird has not snap folded yet.
No, and that makes me wonder what he has here and wonder if we're going to be coming in with a 4-bet from Trey. He is going to fold, though. He is just taking his time thinking about it. Poker Traveler and Daniel fold, and back on Chris, who makes a good fold. Mark's
Walks
going to
out,
fold his
yeah.
ace, and Dragon's unlikely to call. He shows the 10-9, and then
He flashes a little bit. So I'm just kidding.
Chaz doesn't
He's
show.
out.
Yeah, he doesn't want to show because,
He's good like that.
yep. But they'll see it in half an hour, so.
Yeah, we are in a 30-minute delay. So everybody can watch what you're seeing is all 30 minutes behind their actual play. So come on out to Rounders Card Club, 3723 Colony Drive, Suite 101, located off of I-10 and Wurzbach. Right behind the HEB.
We got some big tournaments coming up, and we've got our
Bad Beat Barbershop, $25,000 triple stack. Saturday before the Super Bowl. And the $25,000 accumulator is going on right now. Tonight was day 1. And we have 6 more flights for day ones. $45 buy-in. Bag as many times as you can. It's $25,000 guarantee with $8,000 first price. And we're close to $3,500 on the first day 1, which was tonight at 7 p.m. towards the guarantee. So that's huge. So come on out. You get $45 buy-in, $10,000 in chips up to buy. You can rebuy up to 3 times. The blind 15-minute blinds for the first 2 hours, 20-minute blinds the remainder of day 1, and 30-minute blinds on day 2, which is February 14th, Sunday, a noon start. Bag as many times as you can. You take your 2 largest stacks in, and if you bag 3 or 4 times, you will get the min cash for those other bags. The top 12% from each day 1 will bag. So I'm not sure how many players we had tonight, but I'll check that out and tell you how many players are going into day 2. We got the Rail Bar and Grill. Come on out and you can have some adult beverages, have a great dinner or breakfast. Breakfast is served 24/7 here.
And Rounders is open 24/7 24 hours on the weekends.
Starting Thursday, which is tonight.
Yeah, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, they are open 24 hours.
Closed Monday morning at 3 a.m.
Yeah, so
And
there's a
we'll
lot of,
open right back up at 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock.
yeah.
Yeah, we had 5 players bag tonight in the day 1 of the accumulator. 33 players. 5 are going into day 2. So that's pretty big. And we had $3,800 into the guarantee. 3,300, excuse me. Just building it up faster for us.
So this hand, we go 3 ways to a flop. Chris flops bottom pair and leads out, or yeah, it looks like he leads out and gets. I'm sorry, Dragon bets with his backdoor gut shot, I guess, and gets called in 2 spots.
Now it's open-ended straight draw.
Yeah, and Chris gets there with his straight 9-8. So he's gonna definitely lead out here and go for some value, and I don't see anybody being able to call him.
No one has even a pair. So
Dragon blocks the nut straight, but he's going to have a difficult time calling.
getting him off the hand, right?
Or, yeah, getting him off the hand, excuse me. So he's maybe thinking about running a bluff here against Chris, but Chris doesn't have much behind, so I think that's going to be a difficult task.
You're just giving away $500-600 if you try and put them all in.
So
He's going to call and say, if you got it, you got it. You have to have queen 9 to beat him.
Queen 9, ace queen, yep. So he does elect to fold, and Chris F makes a subpar hand turn into a nice $320 win for him.
Well, Shane JT, this is going to be the end of the line for me tonight. I'm
Okay.
going to take off, but I do have a phenomenal guest commentator coming on. Paul is one of our former dealers. He actually helped open the card room with us. JT, I know you guys know each other. Shane, I know you haven't met yet, but phenomenal dealer. He actually left us to open his own business called the Hack Shack, coaches baseball. A phenomenal dealer, knows a lot about the game. I'm going to let him take over from me and handle from here. I do want to say a couple things. Again, if you're watching at home, coming out for that 100K marathon freeze out starting March 4th, $500 buy-in, 40-minute day 1, 50-minute levels on day 2. There are satellites running from here until then, so just check out Poker Atlas and go from there. We also have that Super Bowl Squares for entrance.
That
to
will
the,
get you into the
marathon
100.
freeze out. Yeah, you can
guarantee.
do it on Saturday.
Mm-hmm.
Again, guys, you guys do a phenomenal job. JT, you're here every week. You're amazing. Shane, thanks for jumping on tonight. You've done a phenomenal job. And I want to give a big shout out to our entire staff, dealers, podium, porters, servers, bartenders,
Kitchen.
cage, kitchen, cooks, all the managers. You guys, if you're watching, and I know you're listening out there, you guys are all doing a phenomenal job. Thank you for all you do. And to everyone that comes out and play, come out and check us out. It's a great place to play. Paul, enjoy your time, guys. Again, thank you.
Scotty, thanks. Have a
Thanks,
good night.
Scotty.
Got a raise.
What's up, fellas?
Hey,
What's
welcome,
up?
Paul.
How's it going, man?
Good, man. How you been, bro?
Hey, how's it going?
Good. Thanks for having me on today.
Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, man, for sure, you know.
Got some big hands brewing here.
Ooh.
Dragon
Saw your
raises.
man KP today.
Yeah,
Yeah, he's doing
Oh.
good.
I saw him about a month ago, I guess.
So
Dragon.
ace, king, 4-2, king, queen, and 4s going at this.
Got a diamond, heart flop, and pocket fours is in the lead, but there's a lot of overcards that can come out that are pretty
There you
scary to
go.
pocket fours.
Only a jack can make a straight for Thunderbird or overcard.
Yeah, this is probably going to get checked through, and after
Wow, fours can take it down.
after the board pairs, it's just going to get checked through again unless one of the aces wants to bluff at it.
Mark has ace king and couldn't put in a bet on that board.
Chris F is going.
He is
to-
going to bet.
Yeah,
I
he's gonna
love
bet.
that. I love that. He's going to raise? Oh,
Oh yeah, it looks like Dragon bet 65, and then Chris F just called. Okay, so Dragon's gonna get the bad news that his 4-high bluff is no good.
and he was just chuckling.
And Mark's trying to figure out what the heck is going on and if he can
Yeah.
ever call and chop or just win.
Is
with
that I
a
got
better
two
ace.
pair? He got 4
So
high.
he shows over the 4 eyes
Ugh.
and gets shown the pocket fours. That's funny.
I like the move though. Try and take it.
Yeah,
right
he's
there.
laughing.
We bet 65 representing the
Yeah.
OS6. Yeah, that's funny.
Put in 100 in there right there. Try and get it.
I don't think 65 was enough. He was
No.
getting called by ace highs if no matter what. So if you're gonna bluff there, I think you need to go
Get a
pretty
little bigger.
large. Yeah, 40 or 60% or greater. So. There's our aggression frequency again. You can see Chris, Dragon, and Big Daddy Chaz are leading the way. They are definitely the action aggressive players at the table tonight.
Yeah, you can actually see, by the hands we're seeing played, that there's 4 people just really not playing tonight, just relaxed and, waiting for more premium hands than 4 deuce like Dragon and Avi's waiting for his pairs, playing well as pairs. He did bet with his king 10, I think it was,
Yep,
to take down a pot, so he's really picking his spots tonight.
Yeah, definitely. We've got a poker traveler coming in to give you guys some insight into his game tonight. So I'm gonna hop off and let him do some talking with you guys.
Okay, thanks, Shane.
Nice meeting you, buddy.
Hey, Poker Traveler, thanks for joining us in the booth.
Hey, what's up, JT? How are you, sir?
Doing great. We saw you folding a lot tonight. What's going on?
Yeah. Did you see my hands though?
Yes,
They
we
were
saw you.
they were pretty bad.
Every time you had a good hand, you raise, they fold.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, I get it, but I was seeing the stats and it said that my VPIP was like 17%, which is usually like 3 times less than what it should be.
Right, right.
It was a very, very card dead night, but somehow I am still up money tonight.
Yeah, well, you got Big Daddy Chaz. You're one of the few people that were able to take chips from him tonight.
Yeah, Chaz started off the last couple of streams bluffing the first hand both times, and I don't think that he remembered that I remembered that, so
Right.
I had to call that
A flush
first
draw
hand.
with the 6-5. I kind of like that call coming in with that 6-5.
Yeah, Dragon's been playing a lot of hands like this. And
He has, we've been 3-betting him a lot, and when I say we, not really me, but people have been 3-betting him. He continues to fold, but I think it's because he's opening so light.
right, right.
So I started 3-betting him I 3-bet him once for like ace-9 just because I figured he was getting kind of out of line. Have you guys seen any like really amazing plays tonight that I really, might not have caught while I was out there?
No, we just saw big hand over big hand
Yeah.
getting crushed. And,
There's a lot of coolers tonight.
oh, my gosh, for
King
sure.
high flush versus ace high flush.
Yeah, nut flush for Big Daddy. And,
Trip queens with an ace versus trip queens with a king.
yeah.
Yeah, I saw that. Those were sick.
And then, of course, Big Daddy had ace queen against, ace
Oh,
jack
ace
against
top set of
against
queens.
top set of queens and
Yeah.
turns it straight. I'm like, wow.
Yeah,
Big hand after big hand.
Chaz is a really good player, but when a really good player is running really good and making the nuts every hand, it's going to be hard.
And
to
getting
get
paid
in.
every
And
time.
Yeah, and the thing is too is like he's getting hands against people who also have hands. So,
Exactly. They're big. I mean, come on. Ace
Yeah.
queen and ace king queen.
Yeah, there's not any way to say that he's not running exceptionally hot.
Yeah, it's just one of those nights.
Yeah, and I think he has to be up a solid. I mean, you guys have the numbers, but I'm assuming he's up at least
It's close to 10,000.
the $11,000
Yeah.
probably, maybe 10.6. I would
Right.
assume, judging by those stack size numbers.
And do you know everybody that you were playing against tonight?
So I played with. I have never played with Seat 1 the Dragon.
Right.
Definitely played with Chaz. I played with the gentleman Chad in Seat 3. I'll Thunderbird Trey.
Right.
Definitely Daniel, Chris. The gentleman in the 8 seat I've never played with before.
Mark.
Okay, Mark. And there was 2 guys who bought in pretty short. I had played with them a couple times, but they both busted. And
Yeah,
left
Rob
after
and Christopher.
1 or 2
Christopher's in
bullets.
seat 3
Okay.
by you.
Yeah, and then Avi's there now. I've played with Avi again.
Yeah. Yeah, it just seems like all the hands were so many chips. I mean, there's, $7,000-8,000 pots just being pushed back and forth.
Yep.
And it wasn't like, pair over pair. It was, like you said, 3 queens. Both people have three queens with an ace kicker. One's got a king kicker. I mean,
Yeah.
how can you fold there?
Exactly.
The one thing I was going to ask you about, I don't know if you saw, I know you know the hand where Thunderbird flopped a set of queens.
Yep.
But the turn was a diamond and a straight card,
Yeah.
and he elected to shove.
Yeah, we actually
on the
chatted
bet.
about it. Like after Trey kept on saying that it was a terrible bet on his part and a terrible raise all in. His stack size was only $1,900, and I think the bet was $750.
Right.
That he ended up jamming over, an extra 12.
He can't call there and then fold on the river.
Yeah, the thing is like if he thinks that he's beat, he should just let it go and not gamble for his 10 outs. That's only 23%, so he should just fold. But if he thinks that he's winning the hand, it's totally fine to jam because he's going to see cards. If he sees another straight card on the river or another diamond or whatever it was, he has nothing to do. So it's okay to jam or fold it.
Well, I was
Call's
thinking,
kinda weird.
maybe he was putting, Big Daddy on maybe ace jack with the ace of diamonds,
He-
something where had,
and he
some
could.
value to get there.
The other thing too is like he was playing against Chaz, and Chaz is a player who could have complete air. He could have a combo draw. He could have the nuts. But there's other players that are at that table that if they're raising you or betting into you in that situation, they always have the straight.
Right.
And that's like another reason why I told Thunderbird it's not a bad play. It's just a cooler. You still got it in with a 4-1 shot to hit the river, but it just didn't happen.
Right, because I was thinking that if you, I forgot my train of thought there for a second, but I was going to say something like, with him having the set, if I have the set and the straight got there and the flush got there and he leads into me,
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to put him on the better hand. So it's either a fold or like he did a shove, but I just can't see the shove for.
Yeah. The other thing is that like the hand plays differently because the stacks, like even though it looks like we have a lot of money on the table, which we do, when you only have $1,900 and a pot's already sitting at $2,000, that's not a lot of money. So your decisions get a lot. You don't have as many decisions at that point because it's just a call or a fold. You can't play deep any longer when these blinds are this high and people aren't very deep. So,
What about the history between them? Is that come into play?
yeah, I mean the history probably also leads itself to Trey thinking that there's a lot of times where Chez is not winning at that moment, and
Right.
it's totally fine to call with the set of queens.
So, Seth, do you kind of come into this game with a game plan, like going in, or do you kind of wait to see who's sitting at the table with you before you kind of divulge a game plan? Or
So I would say that I've played so much, so frequently, for so long, that I definitely have like a general strategy to the game. But until you see who's at the table, there's going to be players that you don't know. Luckily, like on the streams, we usually know 6 to 7 of the players already. So
Right.
I'm not figuring out a lot of what I need to on the stream. But I play a lot on the streams like in Austin or in Houston, and you don't have any theory on the players. You don't have any history on the players. So in those, I definitely kind of have just like a general strategy, and then I just literally observe for the first hour to find out what's going on. There's so much of it that's not just the cards, but people's demeanor and what they're doing, how they're acting, all that kind of stuff.
We were watching the Ante game, and we're wondering, like, would it be better for the big blind to post the ante for the table?
Yeah, so that is the way some places do it, where in one spot, whether it's the button or in the big blind, you just go ahead and post the ante for the full table. The thing with that is that they're the only player that has a lot of money invested in the hand.
Right.
And at that time, they usually end up protecting the hand, or other players are more frequent to just fold because they're like, I have literally nothing in here.
You have
I'm not
50
gonna
out of
fight
the
it.
$55
Yeah.
out there.
Yeah, but at least when everybody has at least a nickel out there, even though it's only literally like $5, people just feel more invested, so they'll fight for pots a little bit more.
Yeah, because we're watching, like, the dealer have to work a little bit. Basically, like,
Yeah.
if you're on your phone, as I'm watching here,
Sure.
and he has to grab your blind or
Yep.
your ante,
Yep.
I don't know if it makes it slower for your perspective,
I would say
or
that
you don't care, or
no,
you don't
for,
know.
For in a cash game, like, it doesn't matter. In a tournament, there's a reason that all the tournaments went to like big blind ante structures, because it takes too long in a tournament. And in a tournament, blinds matter. You're
trying to get out as many hands as you can.
Exactly. And for a cash game, for most of these guys, if we see 20 hands versus 22 hands, it's not like a big difference. And the dealers are doing a great job of reminding everyone, and even though everybody's not remembering every time, they're doing a pretty good job of keeping the game kind of
Right.
fast.
We just noticed a few times, but we were talking with Shane earlier, and
Yeah.
he was thinking that maybe the big blind posting the antes. But I was asking, well, won't you be more likely to play a worse hand because that's your money?
Yeah.
I know you feel it's supposed to be everybody's money, but it's actually your money when you're putting it out there. So you might protect it more often than not.
Yeah, if somebody makes a raise to $100 and you have 55 of the dollars out there already, you're probably going to call.
Right.
Even though only 5's counting towards what you have out there, and you really have to call 95 more. But yeah, it's interesting. Not a lot of people play these ante games, so it's interesting to see how people react to them. I've played with them before in LA, and it was interesting to see people's raise sizes. I've seen Avi in seat 9 raise to 30, and I've seen typically me, Chaz, Trey. A lot of the other players are raising to about 75 as an open, and then there's some players that are doing 50 to 60. But I'll tell you that even us in opening to 75 is not that big in this game. Like,
No, it's not what we said. We said you raised a couple times to 75, and everybody folded.
Yeah.
And you have ace king.
Yeah.
And I'm sitting there going, wow, he's not getting any action on his big hands, and he's not raising a substantial amount of money for $55 being out there.
Yeah.
And you were the big blind. You had 5 out there, basically $10.
The thing that's different is in the games where this is popular, like in LA, raising to 100 is not a big deal, and you'll have multiple players calling the flop because they're not sitting with $1,500 or $3,000. They're $10,000, $20,000, $30,000 deep, so you get a lot more play.
Paul, have you played a 5-5 ante game with a $5 ante?
Not in a poker club, but in a private room.
Oh, okay.
We've done it before. I've dealt quite a few of it.
Right.
it. I've probably dealt more than I've played it, without a doubt. So.
Sadie, do you know Paul?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I went to a game, I won't say where, but one time with Paul when I was a young man. I wasn't 21. I might not have even been 18. And I went to a game that Paul was at.
Okay.
Yeah, a long time ago. I bet Paul doesn't even remember.
Here's Poker Traveler with the Pocket Kings.
I probably got no action here.
Chris raised to 75, and King 9. Avi got out of line with 400. Is that 1,100?
Yeah, I made it 11. So Avi is really, really typically a tighter player.
Sure.
So when he 3-bets to 400, I'm only worried about aces. And if he has aces with this stack size, he only has $2,200 total.
Okay.
I'm just going to go ahead and snap call the extra 1,100 if he jams. But this time he was super light with King 9 and just decided to give me $400.
I'm still trying to figure out how I feel about the throwback Dolphins jersey.
On Little Dave, yeah.
I'm not sure how I feel about it,
Well, the Super Bowl's coming up Sunday, so who's your favorite?
Man, it's tough.
Yeah.
It's tough to bet against Brady, but it's also tough to bet against Mahomes. I mean, it's just.
Yeah.
I'm just hoping for a good game.
Yeah. I'm going to be honest and say that I don't watch any basketball, any football, or really any baseball games any longer. I used to be big into sports. Now I'll just watch the Yankee playoffs games, and that's pretty much it.
Okay.
I know who's in the Super Bowl, but I'm not a betting man, so.
Right. So you don't have a.
No.
I mean, my heart, my money would go on KC, but my heart would go to Tampa Bay.
Yeah.
You know, but anybody that wins
Yeah.
the Super Bowl, I'm fine with because I don't have no
Sure.
skin in the game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, your Cowboys aren't there, you know. So.
No, I don't. I'm sick to my stomach having to wear this because I'm a Washington guy.
You lose a bet?
Yeah, I lost a bet. I had to wear this
no.
tonight.
Oh, wow. I think it's good either way. Either Tom Brady wins another one after an amazing career, or Mahomes, who's a young superstar, wins another one. And
Yeah, I mean,
is the future
KC's
of
going to
the
be back in a couple. If they don't win this year, they'll be back in a couple years. The thing that amazes me that if Tom Brady wins this year and he gets back there next year, he'll be in 11 Super Bowls out of 22 years in the NFL.
I mean, what more does he have to prove? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Is like, what keeps him coming back? I mean,
Because they said he can't win without Bill Belichick. Now he's saying, "Look what I've done without
Yeah, I
Bill
mean,
Belichick." That's it.
yeah, I get
So he
that
could
part.
retire. So we got. Oh my gosh, let's go back. Look at this. We got 2 pair for Poker Traveler.
Yep.
And ace high for Daniel, but Avi has
got
a
a pretty-
10.
Yeah, this is one of those odd hands that I was saying that Avi just raised to $30, and I'm in the, I think I'm in the, I'm in the small blind. Call the extra 25. Daniel's going to call the extra 25, and that's the board where I'm not worried about Avi having ace king. I'm worried about him maybe having like queen jack or queen 10, but I also don't want to see an ace, a king, or a 9 on the
Right.
turn. So I just called his bet. Daniel called with a gut shot because it was small, and we get a blank here. Avi, I think, continues. So let's see what he does.
Because
Oh,
Shane,
no,
was
he checks.
Shane was telling us how, Avi only plays aces, and the first hand he plays was King 9 suited.
Yeah.
And then he hasn't had many cards.
This is a really good card for Avi because now his
Queen.
queen king gets there, counterfeits my 2 pair, ace queen gets there.
He bets 250 or what?
He bets 250 into 285, which is a big bet. But I
Right.
also know that Avi's traditionally going to bet smaller for value. So I'm thinking that he has more likely like ace jack or king jack. He has second pair with, playing
Oh,
the
right.
5s.
Mhm.
So I'm going to call here expecting to sometime lose, but I do not think I'm ever going to see 10-6, which is what he actually had.
Right.
Yeah. Sometimes we overanalyze, and it's better just to close your eyes and call and see what happens. Oh, man, they are living right back
Have
here.
you guys met my daughter?
Yes.
This is Nina. This is
Is
Paul.
your daughter?
That's my daughter.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Do you want anything?
I might have tipped her too much earlier. Can I have that back? No, I'm great. Thank you.
Oh, thanks.
Well, you're watching Rounders Live. I'm JT, Poker Traveler, in the booth along with Paul. Paul, so what's been going on with you? I know you used to deal here.
And used to deal, and then baseball academies just kind of gotten back in the swing of things. We're in the heart of our season, just kicking up high school season. Spring season for Little Leagues is about to kick off, so Hack Shack's starting to get busy. So, unfortunately can't spend as much time here dealing as I would like to, but hopefully
Right.
it'll pay off in the long run.
Well, if Jugs ever gets tired of pitching, just call on me. I'll throw some fastballs.
I've had a jugs machine that I've had 2 wheels pop on me already, so maybe I need to call you. How's the golf game, JT?
It's the same as always. Birdie the first hole and downhill from there. Played today, birdie won, and good Lord.
I was telling the boys we need to maybe do a little tournament here on the simulator.
Absolutely.
Get some action going here.
Okay, look, we got some chatters out in the YouTube world and Twitch. So if you guys want to put together a team, come on out to Rounders. We'll put together a Rounders team, and we'll play We got 96 courses to choose from. We got 2 simulators. We can play a nice fast round on 2 simulators. So if you guys want to come out, we have clubs here. You can bring your own clubs.
We don't have to worry about weather too. That's
No,
the
the
best
weather's perfect. The weather is perfect.
I'll even prop bet on golf, and I'm terrible.
thing. Oh yeah, those are the guys I like.
I'm the worst.
Those are the guys I like.
I might be able to hit it really hard. I don't know where it's going to go.
3 to 1, you don't get up and down right here.
Yeah,
Okay,
I
I'll
like
take
that.
it.
I like that.
So this is the kind of pot where it's just going to go to who wants it more. But luckily, I got bailed out hitting my 3 outs against Chris
Yeah.
on the turn. I was
Well, did you see the hand earlier tonight that Chris was in? We had ace jack against ace queen, and he bet like 125. Someone shoved for 400
or
or 300 or something.
Yeah.
I don't remember what
It was King Jack versus King Queen on a 5 deuce 4 board or
Right.
5 deuce deuce or something like
And
that.
I didn't think he could fold for the amount of the all in.
The guy who had jammed all in
Oh, that's
C3
Christopher.
had such little amount comparison to the what was out there that Chris just called with king high, thinking maybe I'm good. Maybe he has a flush
and
draw.
caught the jack on the river.
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out where he said he was kind of a dead card night for him, and all I see him is dragging chips.
This is late.
I
This-
only started
Yeah.
winning in the last 30 minutes. Yeah.
He
like,
has some great runs late.
Yeah.
In the, like we'll be playing the stream.
Sure.
He'll be playing. He plays every stream, but we'll be playing. He'll be just folding,
Yeah.
playing. And all of a sudden goes
I'll tell you what.
magic trick.
Anybody that ever sees me play on any of the streams, like any of the bigger ones, whether it's here or anywhere else, I can get really stuck really quick and just battle my way back to getting even or close to even. So that's the one thing that's good. If they're still dealing cards, I know that I can get
a
my
shot.
losses back.
Right.
I got a shot,
Yeah.
baby.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I was talking about Shane. I said,
Chip in the
Shane, I
chair.
saw you lose one time.
Yeah.
And it was kind of steep.
Yeah.
I saw Say lose one time. It was kind of steep.
Yep.
But you guys, you lose 1 out of
Yeah.
20 times,
Yeah.
maybe? It's sick.
It's all about consistency. Minimizing your losses and maximizing the wins. So anybody that's playing well and making money at the game, it has to have a good mind to.
I run good
knock
on
out
all the streams.
Right.
I haven't lost a dime. I haven't lost a dime.
You're way ahead of a lot of the players. Then there's a lot of players that are down on these things.
But to touch base on what you just said, he was like, to have that kind of discipline, like,
Yeah.
hey, you know what, it's just not running tonight. I need to
Yeah.
get up and take my win or take my loss, whatever it is, kind of eliminate that type of those big losses,
And I think that's why, I have a regular job. I'm not a professional card player, but there's professionals have an edge because they know that they'll be there tomorrow to clock in again, and they can make their money, and they're at a favorite because they're better at the game. So they're not more likely to lose huge amounts of buy-ins because of not even just because of skill. Just they're going to be so much more disciplined to not lose a large amount, as opposed to the guy that's there that only gets to play once every couple weeks or once a month and really wants to get the best out of his money for the next 4 hours. He's really going to push it to try to get even or to run up a big stack, and that's why some of us have an advantage. I could come back tomorrow and play.
Well, did you have an advantage? Because what I want to say is, like, you had the largest chip on the table starting the game.
Yeah.
Is that after you see what everybody buys in for, or you knowing right away you're buying in for X?
I'll say this. So I always probably buy in deepest to the game, but it's just because I feel much more comfortable playing really deep. But that being said, if everybody would have bought in $1,500 to the game, everybody at the table bought in $1,500, I'm not going to load 10,000. I'm going to buy in, $1,500 or $2,000. But the fact that Chaz was deep and the fact that there was a couple players that had 5K, that's why I'll load up 10K, because there is a chance. Me and Chaz play a lot of hands. One of us can get it in against each other for the full stack, and if I'm going to get it in, I want to be able to have a full double up if I have it. So I'll usually match the biggest stack at the table, but if everybody's buying in shallow, I'll just do the same.
What did you start with tonight? Because
I bought in 10.
10.
Yeah.
Because I'll say 3 had 5,000,
Yeah.
and then there's a couple. 3 maybe had 1,500 or something.
Yeah,
like
there
that.
was, if I counted right at the beginning, there was maybe 2 to 3 players that had 1,500, a couple that had 2 to 3,000,
right,
and then a couple 2 to 3 $5,000 loads,
yeah,
and then
3 5,000s and you.
me and
yeah.
Chaz probably loaded 10.
Okay, I know I didn't see Chaz reload after you got him in the first hand,
He loaded $6,000 after the first hand.
and he lost 3,000.
He only lost. So that'll prove my point, right? Chaz plays very similar to me. He lost $2,400 the first hand, which means he had 7,500 and then now had 12,500, and he bought in 6,000 because he wanted to now cover me, right?
Oh, okay.
His is the same. He plays the exact same way, stack size and comfortable being deep as I did. So that's why he loaded 6,000. Not because he only lost 25, but because now he could cover me, and now we can get it all in for all of it.
Here's Chaz again with pocket 10s against 10-9.
And $1 stuck to his arm.
That's a bad sign. That means money's coming his way. He can't even get rid of a tip.
Yeah. It's just already over. So there's 3 more hands, I think.
I would feel more comfortable being an athlete here, right?
Or maybe 4.
Yeah, you are watching Rounders Live. This is the 5-5-5 no limit hold'em game, and we are on a 30-minute delay. So
And if
we
anybody
do have
out
a few
there,
more hands left.
if anybody out there has any questions while we're here in the chat, go ahead and fire them over.
Yeah, the chat's been actually very active tonight.
Really? I think a couple people. I got a couple messages. They were watching and they saw that I wasn't playing any hands and they were wondering if I was okay. So I
Yeah.
think
We
they might
did
have turned
too.
it off.
We did too. We were like, hey, what's going on? Well, of
Yeah.
course, we saw the hands you were getting, and the hands that you did get, like I saw the Ace King $75 bet, fold around. He's
Yeah.
not getting any action when he does get the hands.
You
So
know,
that's got to be a little bit like, come on, guys. You know?
some people don't take into account position, right? And the few times that I've had like maybe a queen 10 or like a queen 8 suited, I've always had it under the gun, which is the worst position for me to open to $75 with 8 players behind me. So I wish I would have been getting some of those hands on the button or cut off or, and it just wasn't happening. So
Yeah, we did see you fold 8-7 suited. We're like, oh my gosh.
yeah.
We're like, I guess his position, because I was sitting there going, he never would fold that. And I was telling Shane, I go, Shane, if you'd have raised with pocket 9s, and he's on the he's calling you with that 8-7. He's going to bust you with that 8-7. But I don't know what the dynamics were just that when you had it that time. But I was like, wow, I can't believe you folded that, because I've seen you play connected suitors like crazy.
Yeah. It's just different tonight. There's also the other thing too is the stack sizes matter so much, and when somebody's making it 75, and I'm gonna get stuck in between some blinds that might re-raise that have small stacks, it's not a good scenario for me to what's going to happen is I'm going to put 75 in there, someone's going to re-raise, now it's going to be 225, now I'm going to have to get 225 stuck, next thing you know it's an all in and I don't have to call much money, it's just a bad situation, so it's better for me to fold in these
With 8-7
spots.
suited.
Yeah, exactly. And then I can't fold because I'm doing math in my head. I'm like, I'm
Now you're
supposed to
stubborn
call.
and you're going
Supposed to call. Here's $1,000. Yeah.
until
this
it
is-
hits and you look like a genius.
Yeah. 4-way flop, 9 high, rainbow.
6-4's got the gutter ball for the 5.
Yep. And then Jack 10 has a gutter ball for an 8. And
Yeah, wow.
King high is currently in the lead. This is like,
Thunderbird looking for a 5.
yeah, taking a shot at
Wow, my goodness. I didn't realize how big this pot had gotten.
it. Like that.
So how much do you think is this just trying to him to get a feel of where he's at versus just
Yeah.
bluffing and trying to take control of the pot here?
$2,000 pot
He's just
with
trying
no
to
pairs.
He's just trying to tell a story because he was a pre-flop raiser, I think, and he's continuing out on a board that shouldn't have connected with too many people. So he's trying to basically say I have an overpair, I have 10s, jacks, queens, something like that, and both gut shots are going to call him. Or I guess I don't know what the 8 high did. He just put money in for no reason, or maybe his cards are reading wrong. I don't know.
Can Trey pull the trigger here? Yes, he can.
That is a great bet. If $1,000 into 1,900 with 6 high.
No one has a pair.
Yeah, I mean, it
No
should
one has
work.
a pair.
Should take it down.
Mark now has a double gutter, so I mean, he at least has 8 outs to make straights. One of them's obviously dead, but still, he's ahead with Jack high.
And he can make any
And he
pair.
can make 2 straights
Yeah.
and pairs. That's why he's 77%. But
And Dragon with an 8 high versus a 6 high has less percentage because he can make Thunderbird can make a straight.
Yep.
Did he show it? Yeah, he
Yeah.
showed it.
Attaboy. How do you
Two-
feel, Steady, about showing the bluff? You like showing the bluff, or you think it gives away too much?
I'll say this: I won't do anything at the table unless I think it's going to give me an edge. So I'll show a bluff if I know that the player's going to get pissed off if I show it, and I'll also show a good hand if it looks like I'm playing a lot of hands and looks like I might be getting out of line. I'll show it. I'll show. Oh yeah, guys, I had aces or I had the.
You
nuts
showed
here.
your pocket kings earlier
Yeah,
tonight.
yeah,
Keep them guessing.
yeah. Everything that you should be doing for a reason. So I'm not just showing my hand just to needle someone that I did it, especially these guys that can see it, tonight or 30 minutes later or whatever.
Right. So you have a winning session or a losing session. Do you go back and watch the stream and see how people played against you? Like if you're against Big Daddy Chaz for some big pots?
Yeah, it doesn't matter if I win or I lose. I'll watch every hand that I played. Yeah, I'll rewatch every hand I played. Typically the night of, just because it's fresh in my memory. And I don't know about you guys, but after I play, no matter how long I played for, I still have adrenaline. So
Right, you can't
I
sleep.
can't go to
You can't
sleep
go to
right
bed,
away.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'll go home and I can watch a 4-hour stream. And well, tonight I can watch a 4-hour stream in 12 minutes because I only played 3 hands.
Right.
I don't think there's going to be a lot of analysis or things that I learn after tonight. I actually wanted to kind of look back and see how bad my hands were all night that I folded. Maybe I could have played 1 or 2. I don't know.
Right. I don't know.
I think even the ones I folded, I kind of paid attention and I would have just gotten in bad situations. So sometimes you just don't get cards.
Thunderbird gets out flopped. He has the Ace Jack, which is a little bit better than his 6-4 last hand. And the King 8 gets there. I think he's going to call the 100 to see what he gets on the turn. No.
Mark's also been a pretty tight player, so him betting out there.
He's had some big hands against big hands.
Yeah.
You know?
He hasn't showed any bluffs or any bad hands. So if that's right, I don't know how I won $9,000 tonight. I mean, I think I'm definitely up in the game.
Again, like I
Yeah.
said, I mean, all I heard he said, well, I was card dead, but I just kept seeing chips
yeah.
going his way.
I mean, I guess the ones I won were big.
He
I caught a
started
big
out
bluff.
strong.
Caught a big bluff, and the ones I won were of decent size, so not going to complain.
Oh, with your 2 pair, the Jack 10?
Yeah, yeah.
Yep, Thunderbird's going to take a break. 6-2's not as strong as 6-4.
So Daniel's going to do something. Daniel has been as
And he's
card
not
dead
suited.
as me.
Has not suited.
Daniel has been as card dead as I have.
You're right. The only big hand he lost was King of Spades versus Ace of Spades.
Yeah, and I've played with Daniel a lot. He's a good player. He's in the same boat. He's going to go home and say, why didn't he get to play a hand tonight and be sad about it. But sometimes that's good if he recuperated some of the loss from his big hand in the beginning of the game.
Well, next Thursday we're giving you guys a break and letting the employees have appreciation night.
Nice.
They're going to be on the stream.
Nice.
So if you got time to stop by and
Oh, I would
watch that
love-
and
Because I want to be out of line here in the booth. I would do it tonight, but I know I might get in trouble.
we don't allow
I wanna
anybody to
tell
be out of
you-
line.
I want to tell you the truth about all these guys at the table and what I really know about them. And I might just make up some stories. So I'll definitely do it about the dealers next week.
So please stop by. That'd be awesome.
See if Chad bets out his pair of 4s with a king kicker here.
I figured Dragon, yeah. Dragon's going to represent.
Yeah, I mean, it got checked all the way around to him. He's just going to take a shot.
I was gonna say if there's no paint, he's gonna continuation because Daniel's got the check.
Daniel's going to check here, and if Dragon continues, he's done with the hand.
Whoa!
Check.
All right. This might be a good place for Daniel to go ahead and put out like $175.
That's awesome. See, I just can't do that. I can't pull the trigger.
And sure enough, he bet $175.
That's why we're in here.
Oh,
JT.
150.
Yeah, I'm
That's why
safe.
we're in here.
Yeah.
I'm in my safe. I'm in the bubble. I can't. I'm safe.
I can't make that play.
No.
So you know what?
I'm pretty good at guessing what these guys are going to do some of the time. I got lucky on that one.
I'm scared when he's doing it and I'm not even involved in the hand. So I stay out of the way.
I think they're going to do. Oh, no, it's just a regular hand. Sometimes they do like a bomb pot.
Yeah, you
towards
guys
the
didn't do
middle.
any dry pot or any dry
No,
hands?
we didn't.
No,
We didn't do any of that.
no,
No bomb pots.
no bomb pot, no nothing
bomb
tonight.
pots, no dry hands.
Do you guys sit there and go, hey, you guys want to do a bomb pot? Like 2 hours into the game, if you haven't done one, say, you guys want to do one? They say no. You say, okay, fine. Or do you guys bring it up, or how does it happen?
Usually it's one player that's bringing it up. And
Okay.
just tonight, nobody really brought it up.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
I'm always that guy that's like, nah, I'm okay.
Right.
I'm the only one on the tip. Nah, it's all right. Go ahead, boys.
Well, one of the games they did a $500, no, $400 bomb, a dry hand,
Yes.
and Jimmy won it $2,000
Yep.
at the last hand of the night. I was like, holy cow! Just
That'll turn your night around.
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah,
absolutely.
that
It makes
turned
the drive
him from
home
being
easier.
down to being up.
or even.
Or even on
You
the
know?
night, yeah.
But yeah, that
I
was,
won a big one once. I think it was only $100 each player, but I had like $1,400 bet on the side. So it was
Oh.
a good one. All right, so there's a lot going on in this hand. Daniel
Pocket
raised to
fours.
40 with ace jack suited.
Mark 3-bet with Queen 10, and Dragon with 4s calls.
Yeah. I almost think that if Mark 3-bet to 75, he almost made a mistake. To 3-bet the minimum, that's basically a minimum bet from 5 to 40 to 75.
And what a board! 4s are golden right now.
Mark's going to try to continue to tell the story that he meant to only make it $75. And leads out, what, 140? Something like that. 115, less. You going to call if you have 4s right here, JT,
No,
Paul?
I never call.
No.
Third pair on
It's also because I have a player behind me, even though he checked.
yeah.
I mean, I know the 5 beat me.
Again, that's why I'm here in the studio not playing because I
Yeah.
can't make that call.
Yeah. It's not worth it to me. Now, if I had a set of 9s, I might just call.
I think he's doing it. He did it.
He calls.
He's better. He's a great player.
Now, if we're on a golf course and somebody said 3-1, you don't get up and down, I'm taking that all day. But they tell me you calling 4s right here. I'm like, nah.
Oh, my goodness. And he's got the worst flush draw. Now he's got a gutter ball to a straight with a jack, a flush
Yeah.
with a spade.
That was a magical card for Mark. It gave so many more possibilities.
Mm-hmm.
He could hit a jack.
And Dragon's
queen,
going to keep
a 10,
calling?
And a spade.
Another spade. Got a lot of outs now. A lot of cards he can hit.
I wonder if he could raise here. Could he put in 750 and make him fold?
I think judging by his posture, he's going to let it go. He looks like
He's
already-
talking to him?
Yeah, he looks like he's already convincing himself that
Yeah.
he's letting it go. Yep.
How much have these masks played a part in being able to read people, Seti? What do you think?
You know, I feel like it hasn't affected me too much because usually, like a person's mouth, right? That's all that's really covered. Someone's mouth and their nose. That's all that I'm not able to see now. But I usually get a lot more off of physical tells by just someone's like body language of how they're sitting or how they're moving. It's not so much just their face or their mouth. So It hasn't changed things too much. What it has changed is it's made people not talk as much at the table typically.
Yep.
And I kind of don't like that because sometimes people will get in trouble with what they say. They'll give too much away. So that's the one thing that's really negative to me. I'm also not able to talk to someone and try to convince them to do something as frequently.
Times have changed.
Yeah, I was talking with Shane earlier, and it's so awesome to see how you guys are all friends.
Yeah.
And you all have nice, shots or adult beverages or whatever it is, but yet you're battling for each other's stacks and not, it's not grudgeful against each other. It's not, animosity. It's just we're both trying to play a game, see who's better at it at this particular moment.
Yep.
And then when the hand's over,
Yeah.
hey, let's have a drink. Let's enjoy company.
Yeah, that's the one thing too about the bigger games that we'll play. Usually the player pool's smaller, right? You're playing with the same players a little more frequently. Sometimes the money matters, but sometimes it just doesn't affect those guys as much. So they're not getting too sensitive about having a big winning session or a bad losing session.
So they are doing their first Omaha bomb pot tonight.
Yeah.
Danny's a new dealer.
When did the bomb pot become a popular thing?
So to me, I saw it become popular in Austin. Like it had to have been a while ago. They would do it on dealer rotations, or sometimes they would do it with a reverse button. Then I saw that it really started catching on because some of the vloggers adopted it and would do it at like their meetup games, and then it moved all the way to Vegas. So now it's frequent in Texas, I feel, and like in some of the Vegas games. I still don't think that other people know what the heck this is, unless they've seen it played on a stream or somewhere else. But we Texans sure love to gamble. We like making these things as interesting as possible.
Right, absolutely.
Just like, you can see the evolution of 4-card, 5-card, and now 6-card BLO. People get crazy.
Y'all ever think we'll have casinos here in Texas? Or do you think they'll just continue with the card rooms?
Yeah, I think they'll just continue with the card rooms. I think if we do have casinos in Texas, it's a long, long, long time away. But I sure hope they keep the card rooms.
Well, the card club's going to be here.
Yeah.
I don't see the card clubs going anywhere anytime soon. You come. There's a one-stop shop here at Rounders. You come, play cards, get something good to eat. If you choose, have a shot or two, a beer, whatever.
Get a haircut.
The Bad Beat Barber Shop. I mean, come on.
You can play 18 holes at Pinehurst.
Yeah. I've seen guys playing chess out there sometimes, playing gin.
Yeah.
JT plays a bunch of the mixed games. They got guys playing mixed games out there.
That's all I play
That's
is mixed
the
games.
sick guys. Those guys are really the sick guys.
Yeah.
Those guys that play the mixed games. Well, I grew up, my grandparents would get together with all their friends, and they played, Follow the Queen and One-Eyed Jacks, Deuces Wild, those kind of crazy games that I don't know if anybody even plays that stuff anymore.
Oh, look at the hand right here.
9-3
Mark has
for
a
full
set.
house.
He flopped a set of threes, turned quads, but also made a full house with nines full of threes.
Good Lord.
And then he had threes on the bottom board. I don't know what the bottom board meant, but he scooped it. Wow. A set to quads to nines full. All right, that's Rounders Live. Thank you for watching tonight. We appreciate everybody's coming tonight. Poker Traveler, Paul, Shane, thanks for coming to the booth and helping out.
Yes, sir.
Want to thank everybody on YouTube. Thank you for subscribing and liking. For those followers on Twitch, thank you. Watching us on Facebook, we appreciate it. I just want to say good night and thank you.